Let's get her started. And we are live. Here we are again. Sunday, March the 21st. Apologies for the tunes in the background and various other construction noises. Copy. Alright, so I'm just going to share the live stream link and then we'll
What's my disappointment?
get into it.
Did you see it?
What?
I was disappointed when the music stopped.
Oh. Alright.
And there's me laughing at it.
Live streaming. Yeah. Cool. What else do we normally do? We try to get the YouTube chat working, but it never does anymore, so I'm not going to bother with that. Check what we're doing here. Yep.
No chat for you.
Looks good. Testing, all good. We are loud and clear. Oh yeah. Set up the monitor. Cheers. So the last couple of weeks we went over a lot of interesting stuff, and to me the general theme revolves around, again, the idea of the meta-religion.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like that's one way of kind of putting this all together under an umbrella. Meta-religion is one of the ways you could look at it.
Yep. We're investigating the myth.
Yeah.
Of the courtroom.
So we're going to be getting into that. So we've developed some myth, done some myth weaving.
Finally. Finally come to that.
Okay.
Of the most unlikely sources.
What's the source?
Alan McBeal.
Oh, that's who inspired you to make the myth? Okay. All
Well,
right.
the inspiration comes from Futurama. With a single female lawyer. If you don't remember the episode. Alan McBeal.
Yeah, alright. Oh, that's who inspired you to coming through loud and clear. Sweet. Just set that up here. Alright, so religion, myth, stories, all this kind of stuff is pretty much completely marginalized, sidelined, poo-pooed as superstition, not having to do with anything, as kind of like the old ways of doing things. Like, we don't need any of that anymore. We have science to explain everything.
People who engage in it are mentally ill.
Yeah, so like
We got that dynamic going.
yeah, so since you could bring it back to Plato with the ideal forms and the worship of the ideal, saying that, oh, actually the perfect circle is what's real, and those things that you draw with a line on paper, that's just a mere reflection of reality, and it's just an illusion. Mm-hmm. Right? So taking it from one extreme to another, and then through and after that we had the Enlightenment period and all this kind of scientific revolution, which sought to get rid of superstitious thinking, kind of rightly so, but it, as they say, threw the baby out with the bathwater.
Well, not only that, by the mechanism by which the superstitious thinking has apparently been thrown out is by superstitious thinking. So there's a bit of irony with that move.
Yeah, like, would you include like witch burning in that? probably that's kind of swept up in there.
Witch burning would be like the typical superstition. The newest brand of superstition is a little bit more subtle. For example, meritocracy or the myth of progress. Any number of those things that
right.
that
This
superseded.
magical progress that we are somehow getting.
That superseded and like you're saying, it was rightly so, simply because science is a technical part of the systemic institution, and with the advent of the printing press and the consequent industrial revolution that it led into, the technical side of the system became far more prevalent, and that's why it eclipsed the older authoritative sort of mythologies that placed the universe, that placed man under the universal, sin of some sort. The scientific explanation, or simply displaced it and became the running mythological.
Right. And then yet you had a mechanical way of relating to each other come out of that, and in which something like whatever was being captured by the word sin is not even necessarily factored into that, right?
No, it transforms itself into just being dead, which is what it always was. It's just that the reasons for being in debt have now been they've moved from the not superstitious, but from the mythological worldview, or religious worldview rather, into a technical worldview, which is still religious, but in a different way.
Right.
Which we can qualify if
still
necessary,
superstitious.
but for now we'll just leave it as that.
So we went through a lot of the last 2 weeks ago. We went through a lot of this kind of stack of the like the chronology of civilization, of spectacular systems. Just how we've, through thousands of years, our societies become more kind of, the individuals become more generic and generalized, and the things they had to take care of have been pushed out into the services of the society as a service, right? Specialization and all this kind of stuff. So
Right.
at each plateau, you kind of were able to forget about the things that happened in the last plateau. A number of things became taken for granted, like that your city has walls and you don't have to worry about fighting things anymore.
Right.
You can just be a merchant
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, and if you need power, you hire it.
So up through these stacks, it's kind of like to me it has this kind of earth to heaven kind of duality, dichotomy, right?
Reaching, sort of, yeah.
Yeah, you've kind of taken care of the more base things to survive as a city and all that, all the way up to what you could say mind control, basically, like narrative domination.
But the fact that you live in the city means that you have to behave certain ways, adhere to certain standards,
Right, and
go
it's
to certain
always
places.
been like that. Like that, the whole thing kind of has to come in at once. This whole idea, when the archetype comes in, that kind of the schism, the great schism, that kind of slices and separates, chops your head off from the body, allows you to arbitrarily identify things as whatever, and to categorically navigate systems together with other people. That's a whole spectrum type of operation. That's from a very top, high level thinking attitude changed in order to live in the city, to be there, to have this understanding that a commodity or a service simply is that, and you kind of don't ever dig deeper into what that thing is, what that commodity is. It's told to you by the market that this is what you're getting. Do you accept that that's what it is? You slot it into your system and you carry on. Right?
Well, you need to always match it with a price tag.
What's that?
All you need to do is match it with the price tag.
Yeah.
And the story behind it disappears.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, and that's where you would say equating, oh, so this one's higher cost, that's because it's better, right? This one costs a little more because it's better, somehow, right?
It becomes arbitrary, yeah, like that. That's one of the effects.
Right, so...
Oh, that was great.
So at each time we kind of step up through these layers, so I'll just pull that one up quickly here. So Plateaus of Commodification. I just want to point out basically, so we've got tribe, city-state, empire, nation, corporate state, virtual state. Right?
Yeah.
And each time you solidify a plateau, whoever's living in that system with you can kind of forget about things that are below. It's become solidified,
Yeah.
and sort of unconscious to the city. It's taken for granted.
For example, the plateau that we would be in right now is the corporate state. And the effect of this is that it doesn't matter where you look, you are interacting only with corporations. Even individuals in this system are managed by the system as individual corporations. So their personhood is not actually attached to themselves anymore. It's attached to a legal entity, the corporation, which is an entire abstraction of what a person is. It has zero correlation to an actual person, because a corporation is responsible to its shareholders. Now, if we are all corporations in this schema, who are the shareholders? Well,
Who is the owner?
So this is where that becomes actually a problem, because this is exactly the setup of the corporate world to begin with, is that the shareholders are the ones that own the money of the corporation. So that, alongside with this view of
Right.
as every individual being a corporation, is basically has no choice but to navigate only the market in terms of survival rather than be anything else. Therefore, it's a coercive process of integration.
Yeah, that's an interesting part of it. Debt, in that, let's say you don't owe anybody any money. Technically, you kind of own yourself. As a corporation, you're kind of your own shareholder. But when you start putting debt in, that's other corporations have suddenly interest on your being.
And not your being so much so, but your output. And this output is completely disconnected from your being.
Mm-hmm. Your income.
Yeah. So this person that the system is referring to doesn't actually exist, but the real people underneath it all have to suffer to fulfill these obligations. And then the modern mythology will tell you that you are simply off putting yourself on the market in terms of your labor capital to absolve itself of any of the consequences of what it actually means to be disconnected from one's own living. Because if you're at the whims of the market, then there is a zero freedom to actually navigate that monstrosity.
Right.
It's
And
a lottery.
it is kind of a monstrosity if you want to try and think about a voluntary exit from the system. Good luck.
Only on the pain of death.
Yeah, good luck with that. So it's kind of like like this just brings to mind like the idea of modern day slavery.
Yeah.
And basically that so you've got these plateaus, meaning you are depending on society for so many, like we spelled out layers here.
Well, the corporate plateau should be self-evident, is that you cannot do anything other than do a transaction with some kind of corporation. Even personal relationships are basically transactions between corporations. Tit for tat. Marriage contracts, you name it.
Yeah.
Like why do friends should never go into businesses? Because like self-interest apparently is the only thing that actually works in this system, and so that's another point, a deeper point about another topic we're gonna hopefully get into.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is so the corporate state is where I actually deemed it as a branded living. It's when it doesn't matter what the objects are, they're branded. So you're not eating like food, you're eating McDonald's.
And this is superstitious navigation as well.
Very superstitious.
You're going after the label rather than the substance, right?
The label, a label that actually has nothing to do with the substance, because it's supposed to be a different world, virtual reality.
Yeah, and
world
we talked about
at
this last
Disneyland.
time too, just about how disconnected that virtual reality can be. I'm trying to build up the point here that when we keep adding these plateaus, everything before that came up before, all the hardships and things people had to worry about before, just kind of gets subsumed into subconsciousness. In other words, it becomes a service.
Yeah, it gets uploaded into the systemic cloud.
And you don't have to worry about it anymore. It's taken care of.
You just need to give a token.
Right. So we're at this part at the very end of that, pretty much, and so I was trying to bring this around to the part about what we're seeing in current society, in that so what has become unconscious, quote unquote, and become service, certain traditions have tried to carry that stuff forward, just carry normal, quote unquote, culture forward.
Yeah.
That takes care of certain things, like, oh, you have to be a hard worker and wait until marriage before having sex, and there's all these different cultural norms which try to, like, for example, hold a family unit together, right? And which are being completely destroyed right now because technically they don't need to be there, right? And this is the whole like critical theory angle, where you can just deconstruct all of this stuff because it doesn't make any sense. But when you do that, you drift explicitly even farther into this completely abstract virtual void, because you're removing any last roots that you potentially had into the ground, and you just become completely atomized vapor as an individual.
Okay, you've mentioned this a number of times, but we never really qualify what that means, to have roots and whatnot, and how to not be...
It's been a while since I mentioned
it. How to not be a virtual representation of yourself, rather, as we were basically saying here.
Right.
How to not be the corporate person. What
this
does that
comes
even
back
mean?
to energy balance.
Sure. Energy balance would be one way of...
We talked about this last time, actually.
Energy balance is a very, I would say, even in this model, would be a very esoteric subject, to be honest. And it's not a necessary subject to understand. But what was I trying to say?
It is important, though.
Being rooted. being rooted and what is meant by being rooted in our parlance specifically. That is the assumption that there's an environment, that we are an organism within this environment, that the organism is performing. Sorry.
Reconnection successful. So, well, let's see what YouTube says. Did it kick us off? We're about to find out. I should run a hard, like a cable, LAN cable.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just got kicked off there, but I think we are back in business. So the holarchy you're talking about, and
Yes.
rooting in the holarchy.
So yeah,
it's
so
a
when
very
you're-
abstract
so
way
when
of
you're
putting
talking
it.
about, so when you're talking about being rooted, so we're still talking about an abstraction. So what are we rooted? So the root in the abstraction is that's the organism itself within the context of its environment. Running NOS for neurologically and social OS to compensate for the fact that there's a multiplicity of the organism in the environment as well. So that taken together being what
Good. It didn't completely die.
being that so yeah so that's what being rooted means. So if you're missing that that little concept in your systemic analysis, you're disconnecting the activities that you're describing from the actual things that are doing these activities and what they're supposedly for to begin with.
Yeah. So, yeah, like just spouting out things like family and integrity and values and all this kind of stuff. You can wrongly take that as a superstitious type of way to reify and go after the thing itself,
Yes.
rather than this rooting as you describe it is a very in general thing.
So for example, the family unit is a reification of this idea of an organization of these organisms, right? But to take the family unit and describe it by its abstraction, right, and then admonish anyone that doesn't fit the descriptor, the arbitrary descriptor family unit after the fact, right? So if you don't tolerate differences, essentially, because you've consolidated on the word to mean a specific thing, you get a weird situation where it's not the activity that drives the word, but the word melding the activity to itself, and that's coercive. Like you get a reverse
Superstitious reification.
yeah. So this coercion is superstitious, rather than hyperstitious, in which is a reification of something that is. Well, that's a difficult subject to get into without background.
Well, we do have lots of background.
Yeah, but I mean, like to explain it right now, right off the bat, it's not gonna be easy.
Yeah. So
Hyperstition is the reason why you have family units, and again, because you coalesce to be able to refer to it somehow, to bring it down to a signifier and reify it that way. So to basically have a clear mapping of what is being reified, that is hyperstition. Whereas superstition, what you're trying to reify, basically by force, you're trying to pigeonhole reality into imagination rather than conforming imagination to reality itself. That would be the difference.
Yep, interesting topic. I think a couple weeks ago we got into that a lot, very detailed. So yeah, the kind of like picture I wanted to try painting is that these culture is being shed as the Plateaus solidify higher and higher. Whatever was before is being shed away, and that makes it even more difficult to. You're at a position at the top where it becomes more and more difficult to.
It's not so much shed; it's commodified. It's culture is being is the thing that's being removed, being removed from life itself and sold back to you on TV.
Yeah, I know that process. That's the commodification process is what's driving it, but the fact that you don't care what your grandpa or grandma used to have to do, you don't have to do it anymore. That's what I mean by shed. It was in your brain, and now it's not in your brain. In your descendants'
so
brain.
Externalization. Okay.
Right. So these things are dropping off, and that's why I brought up critical theory too, because that seems to be a way to dissolve, to intentionally just go after all this extra stuff and try to get rid of it, right? So it's kind of accelerating that process, which...
Sorry, can you repeat that? Because I didn't quite catch what you meant. So as the plateaus are forming, things become unconscious. I'm saying subconscious, unconscious. Uploaded into the Exiliant cloud, if you will.
Into the social as services and products.
Just to pay for this brand.
Whereas before, in a previous plateau, everybody had to internalize structures to deal with that.
Right. Yeah.
Those internalized structures of your ancestors are no longer there. But guess what? If something bad happens, and some services disappear, you are shit out of luck.
Yeah. So this is actually the same picture I was painting when I said it's being taken out of you living it, aka it's being externalized to a service somewhere out there. So it's not something you live with, and then it's sold back to you as part of culture that you're living in. So you no longer are an active participant anymore in the activity of culture itself, as it were. You're just a spectator, and society, the spectacle, is essentially an entire treatment of this phenomenon.
Right. Yeah. Especially at this point, like you could look back at the first city-state, where you still had people in their professions learning how to do things the best way they could, and improvising and
trade skills. Yeah.
Right.
It went from knowing everything about the process from beginning to end, being part of the object being produced, being part of its living story, into just a mass production of categories of branded, mass-produced things that have no story. So society being sold back to you is really the final sort of stage of this cycle.
So this is the picture I wanted to paint for the topic of meta religion, of some kind of story that can still bind us together, to still have cultural convergence, a reason to exist or interact with each other. When all this stuff is being dissolved, including every religion, it's all being thrown out, right?
Well, notice what's going on is that the more it's being going on, the conversations we're quote unquote supposed to be having should be removed from those kinds of subjects and only become interested in systemic subjects, right? Like how to improve this aspect of the system, this is where it's not a conscious it that wants to do it, but this is where how it structures its channel and how it structures how it diverts energy towards topics is okay, these are the only valid categories of subjects of discussion. This gets into policing words, policing language, policing concepts, policing by policing, I don't necessarily mean brute force. I mean, it's easy enough to be labeled crazy just by having an opinion that, well, any hotbed issue, you immediately get this effect.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned
I wanna
something
get into
negative
that
about
too.
a vaccine, for example, you're retarded. you use the word retarded. You're insensitive and
Yep.
what do you call it? Prejudiced against the mental illness. You say something along the lines of mental illness is not necessarily an illness. You're labeled an absolute loon because clearly people are suffering. Which isn't to say I'm not saying people aren't suffering.
And
but
it's great that
the wording is what I'm talking about.
that you bring this up, because I think that for a concrete appreciation of the type of work that we're doing right now, this is actually an application, is this type of back and forth signifiers and throwing labels at each other, this surface spectacle, like this is the way that we're interacting with each other. It's completely disconnected from any kind of common understanding or a common reality.
Or a living experience.
And
an actual living experience, because we're
Yeah.
throwing ideas at each other rather than living ideas and discussing them.
Right. And so we're taking this education that we've gotten to, where everything is broken down into simple this means that categories, categorical navigation of everything, application of authority onto don't think for yourself kind of things, and this gets into the common sense and animism and all that I want to talk about. Really, this is the problem. Like, and as you said, I like that you mentioned we're born with the correct religion of an animistic type of sense of the world, of wonder around us, things having an aliveness to them, a relationship of negotiation. And this is beaten out of us through the education system. So you've got this whole population of
It's
people.
not just beaten out, it's vilified.
People are interacting with this, and this is what's driving this systemic behavior everywhere, where the system just wants to reify itself and keep generating more system, right?
At the expense of everything else.
Right. So, and we're educated to do this, right? So this is our cultural kind of milieu or whatever, and
I'm going to make the point again that it's sans culture. Culture is actually a myth. It cannot exist in the context of a system. It can only be sold as images to you. But culture is something you would participate in. But the system demands a spectacle rather than participation.
I see the distinction. So you would say that it's not culture what we're doing at all?
No, culture is what we're seeing on TV as mythologically something abstract. Again, it's part of the imagery that is fed and sold back to us. You want to access. You access a museum. You go pay for your ticket, and you look at supposed art. What you're told is art. You go on the TV to see how people elsewhere live when they don't live like that anywhere. So none of it is real. All of it is show. Producers, scripts, all of it is,
well, it's because
is managed.
Everything you're consuming is a repeatable service or product.
Yeah. With minimized risk in terms of strategy of maximizing revenue.
Right.
So there is no culture to speak of. There's only abstractions that are called culture that are that are gimmicks that are sold on the market. For you want to go to church, go pay your tithes over there. Here's your culture over here. You want to get together, make sure you have a license, and we know exactly what you're talking about and to whom, and
right,
and make sure that there's no stepping over any boundaries that have been pre-established, regardless of consent or any of that kind of stuff. Drugs were a huge deal for a reason, right? Like, nobody's allowed to experiment with drugs because, God forbid, they'll start thinking differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not to mention to be pushed,
but opiates, go ahead.
Pushed into a kind of inner view or inner world to question, like, how am I experiencing this possibly?
But opiates, the dependency addictive drugs, go right ahead, no problem. Funny that.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So that's why I think meta-religion is going to be a big topic for this one, because we've kind of reached this. We're approaching the pinnacle of like possible commodification of all life. You almost can't commodify any more than what we're already experiencing. On top of that, we've got critical theory racing to get rid of any past memories, any memory of the past, so that we're in this current moment. So we'll never know how we even got here, or how to do anything to
leave it,
to escape, quote unquote. To mitigate.
Again, escape again is not really the idea here, and
no, it never was.
Escape is nihilism, basically. To just yes, things are wrong, but that doesn't mean that.
Now, what I mean by that is this concentration, centralization of power.
Yeah.
And the modern day slavery, that grip that it has on people. And when
it's
you're
hidden. It's
when
now
you're,
people are self-slaved.
Malnourished, all kinds of disease, whatever shit happening to you and your people, you want to escape that situation, right? You want to make it better somehow,
that's the other one. You want to make it better. You don't want to escape it. Although it's a kind of a correlated thing.
The feeling of escape, I think, would come from that. The feeling of authority arbitrarily crushing you.
Yeah, you certainly do not. That's basically anxiety response. We are wired to escape danger, but the problem is that there's nowhere to escape because every corner is a spear point.
You can't just go live with a tribe. Well, shall we bring up the case in point?
Yeah.
You can't they're not going to accept you. These ones will not, for sure, but most of them
Look
won't.
at them, they're so happy.
It looks like they're kind of dancing.
Yeah, no, I actually love this picture because they do look like they're dancing, but the message in this picture is get the fuck away from us.
Yeah.
And even still, like this is like a last remains of something like this. Not only that, they actually have had contact with colonialism before, which is what's responsible for their attitude to this day. It didn't start out like this, but this is like one of the last tribes out there that have the privilege of still not being there. And what happens when their environment is gone, right? Like they're not there in a vacuum. They're there because the environment supports them, right? This is this is the original loop that we were discussing: the society within an environment of organisms.
Yeah. And then talking about the Amazon tribes, just having all their environment deforested,
entirely.
Burnt away,
which the world actually needs to
being
survive,
forced to hunt baboons or whatever.
That's them.
Instead of their normal stuff, because their environment being destroyed.
Yeah.
But I mean, this doesn't matter to most of the humans because we just go to the grocery store
and buy the same damn fruits and vegetables that we think are the beginning and end of all variety that there is.
So, we have arrived at this sort of towards the pinnacle of the commodification of all life.
Thoughts are the last plateau, really.
Yeah.
So this is getting into Facebook and Twitter, where what you spend your time thinking is being now dispersed through the cloud as well, and
Yeah.
and you're constantly being pulled into participating
Temporal tampering is
in
you
that.
call it?
Yeah,
Temporal tampering, yeah.
yeah. You're always your thought process is always stimulated to be put online and participate in those discussions rather than sit there and meditate on your own damn thoughts.
Yeah,
And,
don't ever do that.
So once that has completely been virtualized, once it doesn't need you don't need a chip in your brain to actually be fucked up like this. You just need to constantly be anxiously wanting to always be on that platform, and replacing your other actual thought life with that.
And so this is an interesting point. We're actually, you could say, born with a chip in the brain already, and which has just been activated by this whole process of commodification. So it's kind of
It's
like
the same chip that allows us to do math.
Right. Yeah. So, so we're at this point near approaching the pinnacle of absolute commodification of all life, and so we're finding ourselves,
aka everything being extrinsic, externalized. No, nothing is known, nothing is thought. Everything is
right.
Everything is tweeted. Everything is liked. And that is the
Right.
only reality.
And we would have seen the seeds of this at the very beginning, of course, where people started to interact in a market commodity type of sense with the first city walls and that kind of stuff.
Well,
like you're already having these prejudice. Oh, that's the outside people. We hate them. We hate them.
Thought policing, for example, was immediate when they started saying things along the lines of "Our gods are better because look at how they allow us to create these magnificent structures."
Right.
And so to think like this is barbaric. You have to think like that. And so the seeds are already there.
So there's this this thing at the very heart of it, I guess you could say, which we've kind of identified as the archetype of this system, which is that
It's the collector.
that mistake that's made to reify the categories of the mind onto the environment without taking the feedback. So the feedback loop gets broken. If authority tells you, oh, whoever's outside the wall, that's the enemy,
You know,
this people is outside the wall, that means they are the enemy. That means if I encounter them, there's going to be a fight. Somebody's going to die.
yeah.
Like, you don't question, oh, what life did this person live? How are they like me? That's gone. Right? And so this is the mistake this mistake is carried all the way through all the plateaus. And now here we are. I think we have to confront that because...
Well, no, let's finish that narrative to its bleak conclusion.
Okay.
Here we are, living in boxes, not knowing who our next door neighbors is, what they do, anything about them. They don't know anything about you. Interactions with them are potential conflicts only, mediated by the very said system that because adult human beings cannot seem to negotiate anymore on their own.
That's not conflict only.
Despite the fact that they're proximally living in a familial setting almost. So that's the bleakness outcome. Bleak outcome of all of it is the complete utter isolation of all human beings from each other.
Right. So your neighbor, let's say you have
It's another corporation.
Let's say you have a national flag on your car, and your neighbor has a national flag on their car. You're automatically kind of buddies, right? So it's not an automatic conflict.
So no, but this is what I mean by conflict is it's a trade negotiation rather than a gift negotiation at that point.
Right.
Even that arbitrary scenario right there.
Yeah.
Look at what bridged it together. Something totally out there that both of them don't actually experience in any capacity. Like, what does it mean to be a nation? Nothing. it doesn't mean anything to a living, breathing human being in the moment. So this is not this connection isn't being made from a living experience. It's being made from connecting on a one arbitrary thought and then probably not knowing fuck all about that person after past that. It could be the worst individual on the planet and you wouldn't fucking care.
True.
Not that it always matters, but still. More for the points than for the logistics of it.
Do you want to hit a break there? Or?
No,
we're good.
I'm good.
We good. Yeah, so we're kind of building this whole thing up to our current. We're trying to describe the current situation that we're in. You could say.
Yeah. Well, the idea was to lead into animism and scientism, right?
So, yeah, and another top and this is all related. So that this kind of thing that's come up this week, that's kind of, I don't know if I've maybe processed things a bit more or whatever, but just this idea about how are people actually interacting with each other. So you brought up the way that we interact through the market as basically enemies. Mm-hmm. Everybody in society is you're not one. It's not like and you still have this little bit in family and close friend relationships where it's like
gift economies.
It's literally a gift economy between your family or between close friends. But and again to my point about critical theory, even that's being dissolved. That's going to be going away, right?
There's certain attempts to
according to if we let this process.
For one, most people do not make enough money to actually be able to support a gift economy amongst themselves. It's it can only go so far until you have to go back into the market and compensate because self-sufficient means have been removed, right?
Yeah, so you do what you can. But yeah, that's kind of why I brought up the family, because a part of this process, technically, we don't need that anymore, and everybody can just be completely atomized on their own by themselves, completely atomized unit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
well, if you look at broken families, that's that situation taken to its full conclusion, where everybody's for themselves.
So my point about this
and broken
about the previous structures being forgotten, lost to the sands of time, kind of through especially critical theory accelerating that, is that even any kind of like, so we've had religious systems in the past whose function is to bring an element of that gift economy back into the spirit of the individual so that they can relate to others as not as enemies.
The religious function was not for that. That's something that came up in spite of religious function.
Okay, but you know what I mean as far as like a true spirituality.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. So the institutionalized religion, on the other hand, had more to do with
of course,
justifying why things are structured the way they are, to give mythological rendering.
Okay, so we need to make that distinction that there were definitely two very different motivations for creating religious or spiritual systems.
Yeah.
Some of them were for inner work, which helps us
to reify what is the wrong that is happening that we're talking about there with what we actually are, and to try to bridge that gap.
Right.
Yes.
And it's been co-opted, of course, to more evil, you could say.
Yeah.
Power and
the mythology
the
mythologies behind those systems were co-opted to justify markets demands.
Okay, so we're almost at this point here, I think. So taking the good part of religion, religion has always been criticized for being co-opted, right?
co-opted,
for
and
people.
the other aspect of it is different. The scientismic charge is generally that it's irrational.
Superstitious.
Yeah. So
Right.
So there's a
Right.
So it has a taboo for
But
being irrational.
every participant who is not a member, this is using our coherence scale, always
Feels
thinks that it's superstitious because they haven't had the cosmological shift to understand what those metaphors or analogies
are actually used for.
are relating to. So they think it's just arbitrary, right? But it's not, and that's the inner work that's been passed along with these religious systems.
So this is again that question of reification. Depending on how words become reified, you can actually get superstition from hyperstition and vice versa. So interpretation is a huge element to the meaning of the words. And they cannot really be taken out of context and retain the same significance. So without the context of the model, for example, none of the word reification that I'm using, for example, doesn't mean much. Because the idea itself doesn't stand to explain a whole lot. But once you put it into a context of hyperstition, all right. I don't want to backtrack a little bit and just cover hyperstition from a more.
And I've almost made the capping point of this thing. So if we want to go on to another tangent about hyperstition.
No, I just want to make sure that that's not taken to me to just be some arbitrary word we're using. So to understand it, we need to again go back to the concept of convergent evolution, where you get various different species in the same niche obtaining the same body plans, right? So the body plans are these hyperstitious objects, if you will, getting reified through these various different animals in their specificity. Right. So the crocodilians and the amphibians and the cetaceans that used to that have that snout.
It's a pretty high claim to say that your model is hyperstitious, because you're implying there that it's very highly aligned with order itself. In other words, it's going to happen because it's the order of the universe type of.
Right. So. But the claim is not made arbitrarily; it's made through feedback. So when words are getting said, their reification gets tested over and over and over again to see if they're applicable or not. And so whatever is hyperstitious does evolve itself.
Right.
So we wouldn't be saying that it's a stable model. Like there's a pinnacle that all descriptions are done. That's not how that would work.
Because you can never describe the hyperstition.
No, much like those body plans are never going to be the same exact body plan for various reasons.
And now,
but
the difference
the
between so contrast that with superstition.
So superstition would be trying to take the idea of the griffin, for example, and to start to treat it as the same as a potential body plan for a creature.
Fate. That's probably a related word.
Huh. Fated. Kind of triggering to me. But yeah, I think it's related.
As if because this is your environment, your body was fated to evolve into that kind of shape.
Yeah, no, it works. It's just it's not one I use myself. Fate automatically is brings up Norse mythology to me and stuff like that. So I think of it in that way. But close. It's definitely a connected idea.
Yep. Thanks for the comment there, Wonderous.
Yeah, so hyperstition can't be thought of as this ideal object that's perfect and that's what we're trying to get to. Rather, it's a multifaceted soup of potentiality. Like
Yeah.
it's never going to be.
Yeah. So
But the key is the potential. Like it has to be actualizable to some extent. Like it's not just.
Right. So
it has to have a probability.
we would only say that hyperstition happens with isomorphic modeling.
Right.
It has to be a tried, tested, good model that you're making predictions off of, and using that to build something. So your mind, this is the mind cascading, or the mind virtual reality cascading out into reality itself with a good model, and it works, and things happen.
Yeah. As you shunt the symbols in this model, there are correspondences and experiences that it's related to. So if that mapping is there, we have a hyperstition.
And one of the most core hyperstitions is that of feedback observation tracking, that when you do this, this happens.
Right, and as soon as you say that and you observe it saying that, you're already doing that, therefore you've caused it to happen, therefore you've reified the hyperstition to begin with.
Yeah.
So it's like one of those things. It's like the words "I am." As soon as you say it, it's true.
So
But you can't.
yeah.
There's no. Even though the words "I am" are symbolic and do not represent anything, in that moment, as soon as they are said, they become true and reified, and the hyperstition completes the cycle.
Yep.
So that's basically the flip side of the incompleteness model theorem, because those are the theorems you cannot get to by axioms, right? So hyperstitions are truths that exist within the formal system that you cannot get to by that system. It's an observation you can make about that system if you step outside of it, although become true within the system.
Cool.
So that's the relationship. That's the technical relationship. Whereas superstition are just random bits of
Superstition is what
symbols within this.
we're having some problems with.
Yeah, but they're not gonna be truths within the formal system.
Kind of ironically, because we're in a hyper atheistic, scientismistic culture, I'll say. I'm just gonna keep using that word.
Also superstitious.
Yep.
Because culture is not lived, it's fed as images. The only reification you have is abstract, and therefore it cannot ever be anything but superstitious because it's all virtual. If it never
Right.
connects with the ground,
Yeah. So
then by definition it has to remain
So
superstitious.
we have an opportunity to kind of anchor this in real life example and kind of pull this whole thing together, what we've been building up to now for almost about an hour now.
So animism.
Yeah, but just hold on. All right. So we built up to this whole stack, and all that's left is so we're at the point of this virtual reality disconnected from kind of the world, right? And this virtual reality, this ability to have a map inside your mind of what reality is, that itself is coming down to a service. So the manipulation and negotiation of your thoughts and how your own virtual reality is constructed is now also a service. And so to give the example, like mainstream media, when an event happens in the world, the mainstream media tells you, oh, this happened because of this guy and that guy, and then blah blah, right? So sense making, in other words.
Or if you don't want, not just media, or if you go to your therapist, for example.
And yeah, and they tell you, okay, that's because
this is what this is.
this happened in your childhood and whatever.
Yeah. So the reality building as a service.
Right. And so that service, like, that's the thought police and all that kind of stuff, like our gods are better than theirs, has been happening the whole time. But now we're at the point where it's actually this is the plateau that's being constructed, is that as a service.
So the difference between now and then is that now every little bit of that is recorded, and so disbeliefs, if you will, in the system they get exposed and treated, and recuperated back into the market as a yet more and more product. So you either need therapy,
Right.
you need drugs, you need
Okay.
you need cognitive evaluations, you need to be removed from social situations.
For sense making to become a plateau, this means that everything that we're doing has to be reduced down to the kind of like
Soundbite.
down to the soundbite and like signifiers. Right?
Yeah, which is exactly why you can't talk to anybody without using sound bites anymore.
And right.
Like explain it to me like I'm 5, or sell me on this. What's the elevator pitch? All of that, it flows from it.
All nuances in discussion is being completely lost. There is no real deep diving into the meaning of any particular concept, because this isn't being done. We're almost about to forget about the whole idea of deep diving into a concept or a word. What does this word mean? What does that word mean? That's almost about to be gone. We're not going to have that anymore. If this plateau solidifies, a word will mean a word, and a sign will mean a sign, and therefore
and it's all going to be one giant algorithm.
There's no nuance. It's all part of one big machine system, right?
Yeah.
And so if we are relating to each other this way, this is where the rubber meets the road of this whole thing. We can see this in all this like cancel culture type of stuff.
You're going to trigger people.
Triggering people. So how do we break down So there is ostracism for certain things, and there is some
which
people
is normal
becoming, which can happen normally, yes. And this is all based off of these black and white categories.
Yeah, like what
you made this sign, so that means you're part of this group, and this. It's a machine. So words and signs become a machine.
What you get is now you have this algorithm, quote unquote, to cancel something.
So
and now it's in a seek and a destroy sort of function in society, where it's like, okay, so I finished processing this. What's the next target? What's the next target? What's the next target? And it becomes a very mechanical thing that chews people up. So more and more categories become mistakes. More and more categories become unforgivable mistakes, and so on and so forth.
Exactly.
And at the end of the day, nobody can do anything because everybody's done something wrong in their past.
I don't mean to reify that a specific thing is happening when I say cancel culture. I'm trying to blurt out words within this kind of cultural thing that's happening with how are people interacting with each other now. Mm-hmm. How are they doing it? And social justice and
so I had a good conversation on Facebook about this. So the meme was posted that it's not cancel culture, it's consequence culture, and the point I made was it's consequence, sure, but consequences without grace means that nobody can ever be forgiven for anything ever.
Right.
And what kind of a world is that going to make? So the agreement was basically yes. It's like you can't just do. It can't be righteous indignation and nothing more. If you want a better word for it, it's called righteous indignation instead of cancel culture. That way we can avoid the whole right-wing bullshit.
Righteous indignation.
Right.
Okay, we're kind of losing our stream again here. Try moving the laptop. That's better.
Etymology was one of the reasons. So it's a good point, because etymology.
What's the point?
Is
you may read
origins of words.
In case people can't read that.
If you remember, like, languages developed not in a vacuum, but languages tell stories. So myth, words, all of that co-arises at the same.
What? Well, he said something. So removing the etymology of a word and everything becomes posturing.
Yeah. So and I'm trying to answer that.
Unmute internet. Yeah, but I mean, like, people watching the live stream may not have seen that question.
Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, so words and stories co-arise together. So meanings of words are extrapolated from those stories, from those narratives in which they have originated. So this is where etymology comes into play. The original meaning of the word had to do with some conceptual story at some point, and eventually the word itself got metaphorically used here, there, and there, and got its whatever meaning it has now. So yeah, if you remove that and you say, okay, black only means this, white only means that, retarded can only mean insensitivity.
Right.
If you start going that way, what you're creating is algorithms, and now those algorithms will be sitting there in the system, searching out targets, seeking and destroying without context, without any regard to anything.
Yes, and it's a very cold way of interacting with each other, and it invites conflict without understanding. And so this is my point about the meta religion, is that what kind of narratives and stories can actually hold people together in these kind of situations where we're just at each other's throats because we've made the wrong signal, we've given the wrong sign, right? It doesn't look right, so you must be that, you must be that. Grace is a great point, but there's more to it than just grace and forgiveness.
Well, yeah, my point was just to point out the rigidness of the one aspect.
Rigidness. So we must navigate that. We must navigate the meaning in real time. And again, this is something that's becoming subconscious and
right,
as
because
a service.
because it is a meditative function. You have to be clearly alert for it, and yeah, as a service, you don't need to be awake alert for anything. You just pay some money and things happen.
So our people,
living is useless.
Our ancestors in history, more often than not, had to rely on their own feedback, understanding process with the world, whereas the plateau we're constructing right now is doing away with that. Mm-hmm. We're not going to need it anymore. And it's like that thing where, oh, they weren't coming for me yet, so I didn't worry about it. You know, like this culture is going to run everybody.
So it really brings up the point as to like why educated people are fundamentally then stupid.
Here we go.
Well, I mean, like you've just described it. The entire process hollows you out from any kind of understanding about what you're doing. So if you're a person without understanding, and just full of programming to do this task,
right,
to have a certain set of rigid definitions in your head, like a dictionary, right? Like, ultimately, you're just a mechanical idiot.
Right.
Which, for lack of, so we don't get too far ahead of ourselves, is what we are. There's no question that this is something that's affecting all of us. It's not like
it's an important point. We put ourselves in that category as well.
Yeah, like this whole entire thing is trying to like wake myself up from this nightmare. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like if that's all you are educated with, like I was educated with programming, with mathematics, with whatever, and without that kind of understanding about context of life and where do these things fit into, yeah, I had a big head over here that was full of useless knowledge. So not to say that
and not useless, but it has to be
head, but that's
it has to be connected to context properly.
Yeah, which, funny enough, like when the context is found, all of that knowledge does become much more useful.
Right.
So I'm not denying that it found a use, but if I had left it the way it was, it would have remained useless, simply because it would have just allowed me to navigate a small section of survival, and and really be inside of a rat race maze.
Right. with no way of dealing with social and like kind of structural and systemic bigger issues than yourself. You just kind of stay in your lane.
Yeah, or seeing that there are issues, or or understanding the causes of my own miseries.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically that, like why does it feel like a lottery when it's supposed to be merit? For example,
Right.
like all of these disconnected phenomena that's supposed to follow this narrative don't follow that narrative. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
So it would have been just remained in that what the fuck state,
Right.
and I don't understand. I personally have no issues calling that being stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Still stupid.
Completely agree.
Stupid should not be taken as an insult. It should be taken as a kick in the ass to do something about it.
Right. It's like your laptop, your computer just sitting there. Does it?
Yeah, it's not smart.
It does some things, but
It's clever, but it's not smart. That's a good word for it. We're clever. Like our education makes us clever. But cleverness does not mean correct. Cleverness means clever. Just means you can do technical stuff.
So by running programming, whatever programs we've been educated with, in a very rigid fashion, yep, we're missing out on this feedback context in which we kind of constantly can be questioning what we're doing and seeing, is this the best way? Is this the best way? What am I doing? What are my bigger goals? Like that. This is kind of the introducing sentience into it, right?
Yeah, to treat the response of the environment as something that is organic in itself, like to treat the environment as if it's speaking back to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and paying attention. And this goes with also with interacting with your neighbor or with people around you.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's completely missing. And so if we were to talk about some kind of social glue that could hold people together in a new context, in these modern world or whatever.
So this actually is circling right back into animism, isn't it? Again.
That's the point. This is the meta religion.
Yeah.
This is what gives us
So
something in common to share with others, is that we're paying attention to our world.
Yeah.
And we're
something
trying to
I've been
improve.
meaning to mention a number of times now about animism. I want to be super clear that we're looking at it as the way it's defined now is that it's very westernized sort of description of what animism is. It's just if you go to Wikipedia, it says like everything has a soul. So that's a meaningless. that's a really meaningless way to see things, because you then are stuck trying to figure out what the fuck a soul is. Not that we haven't covered that part as well, but
Right.
my point there is that this isn't what we want to do with it or why we want to introduce it.
Our interest is the phenomenological aspect.
Yeah, it comes back to actually the complex adaptive system diagram that we've had, where you see resonance and fiat jumping across stacks through agency underneath, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
The car diagram.
the car diagram. So this is the basis of our treatment of animism, and as you can see, the tops are agents, the middle between stacks are agents. So basically, everything is connected through agency everywhere. All things get.
I know why.
All messages, all energy transformations, and all of that resonances all happen through a network of agents, not necessarily organisms, right? But agents. Organisms would be agents that can self-replicate and so on and so forth. But in this case, if we break it down to just agency, which is a membrane within which protocols are sitting, and they take signals from one end, the protocols do something with those signals and produce signals on other carriers, and so on and so forth. So this transformation of signals being spread out and spat out within a little thing, we call it an agent. So this is the living network, if you will, that we're seeing as in terms of animism.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and we were talking about this with our tabletop game and having agents built into various stacks and different functions.
Yeah. Same pattern. So this is what we're talking about when we're talking about animism. So we're not talking about some magic fairies in trees talking to you, although it could take that form for whatever reason. Some people need that.
Sure.
In our case, it's a slightly more pragmatic reason in the description, but it is underneath it all a living system, and so everything becomes a negotiation with its environment and a conversation with the environment, which also is why the conversation engine is the initial foray into technology as well.
Side topic.
Yeah.
So this idea of things being alive and potentially changing, having a soul or whatever, that's not our usage of. We're not going to try to imply that. But if you look at a table or whatever, a table's right there. It can be used for many, many things. I mean, at the end of the day, it could be used as a firewood, right? Like, it could be so many things.
And this depends on how you negotiated with it.
Our negotiation with the environment tries to make it a static thing, and we don't think outside the box, quote unquote, right?
Yeah, that's the problem with solidified on words. If you call it a table and your mind stops thinking about putting your feet on it, your mind stops thinking about, taking a shit on it.
If you
all
wanted
of these
to,
kinds of things.
If you really had to.
Right. The point is to be as arbitrary as possible, and to point out how the mind will immediately not recognize these things anymore.
Now, take this concept and relate it to how we interact with each other and placing labels on each other. And giving out signifiers that, say...
If you're a rightoid Nazi...
Oh, I used the word retard. Suddenly,
you're insensitive.
Okay, and this is actually the problem of the projector, we'll call them, who is projecting that label onto the environment and not accepting feedback. So if you say, oh, wait, are you, actually full of hate? And then they say, well, no, I'm not. And then, it's like, and maybe there's a negotiation, right? But asking the question, right? To even ask a question is to be open to
being
that
wrong.
Negotiation, right?
Yeah.
You don't ask the question, you say, you're full of hate. And it does not, so this is
conversation
projection.
Is over.
This is projection without feedback. And so if we're talking about a meta-religion, this is one of the central fulcrum issues of it, is that how we relate to our environment and the categories we use around everything, what we're applying. This is very important to how we have discussions with people, how we converse, and not just do this thing where we write people off as soon as they make the wrong signal for whatever reason, right? So grace is one thing. Another is that people change over time. Did you change over time? Have you always had the same views? No, nobody has, right? So anybody can change over time.
Yes and no. I mean, I have, to a large extent, I would say my views are built from my previous views. So, like the Plateaus.
Well, this is thanks to hyperstition.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's.
I would say, from my vantage point.
Yeah, but.
So it's not arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. A lot of it had to be reinterpreted. A lot. For example, to even arrive at the idea of the living environment that you have a conversation with is not something that immediately was evident to me.
Right.
This kind of a thought had to be built out of changing my outlook on various different other places.
We're getting a bad connection today, but hopefully the audio is coming through okay, I guess. Usually it's the video that gets sacrificed first, but audio is usually pretty consistent, which is nice. Cool. Yep. Yeah, so if we're trying to work on this sort of package, the viral medicine, as we've called it, some kind of package. We could call it meta-religion package. It's a collection of knowledge and methods for transferring that knowledge and education, all that kind of stuff, and a model. So transferring a model, which takes all this into account, and kind of those who hold the model, and many already do, can interact much better and make a better world around them.
Now, what would mythology be if it didn't have an interesting battle?
Would be boring. Wouldn't be worth anything.
So, we have an arch nemesis for our animism.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, objectivism.
Objectivism.
The secret hidden religion of the world that one side admires, the other side tries to deny as hard as it can, but is marred right smack in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I bet I'm going to be triggered.
Objectivism. Should we pull up anything, or?
No, but I am going to say that people who feel that objectivism is
Solid audio.
is a bad idea, like Ayn Rand is evil or whatever, as we had some feedback on that.
Ayn Rand. Yep.
Yeah. The problem is that they'll say that, but behave with accordance to its tenets.
So do you want to try to define it again?
Oh boy.
So, and we're talking about where we've ended up at the top of this plateau kind of thing is something that's really been carried forward through the whole time, right? This is the archetype that's been carried forward through the plateaus.
Well, objectivism, in its essence, is a complete denial of nature in favor of concept. So experiences are, for the lack of a better word, are entirely ignored.
What about an experiment?
Apart from what conceptual impressions they leave behind, and only those are said to be real.
Right, the result of experimentation.
Yeah, so at the heart of modern society, you still have this attitude, whether or not it's implicit or explicit, but it is objectivism. So that's the gist of our arch nemesis.
Cool.
That we are going to rip a new one at the end of the battle. So another idea for a myth is coming, I think. So we have the courtroom.
I see.
We have a courtroom. We have the
which we haven't described yet.
We have the lefties and the righties, and now we have.
As a myth?
Yeah. I pitched it to you a little earlier. I don't think it was in public though. Like two best friends. One is extremely left. One is extremely right. But somehow they're exactly the same, and they like get along just fine.
Right.
Yeah. So that was the myth there. So this is obviously not a battle myth, but the battle myth would be the objectivism versus animism.
Right.
Nature versus nurture, basically.
Yep, and not about us specifically either. Although we've talked a lot about being so extremely in either direction that it becomes incomprehensible to either left or right.
Yeah, so what we look like we're in the middle if you just let go of all notions and just try to look at it.
Which is an insult.
But if you're on either side, we look like on the opposite extreme.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not in the middle. You middles.
Yep.
Insulting. Triggering.
Yeah, getting triggered.
Why, you don't like being a centrist?
Centrism.
What is a centrist? I don't actually know. Like, it sounds like somebody who is both.
Well, it's basically, compromise from the worst of both. That's how it turns out to be.
Well, no, there's some... Yeah,
No,
I mean...
centrism is not it's the exact opposite way that you should be going. You should be going so far extreme in one way that you find yourself on the other side. And then you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Just to define that a little bit more, why it's two extremes and not the middle. It's because on the conservative side, we place the model as a in this case as an absolute, like a non-deviational position. Like there's a non-compromising position of the model. So from that front, it's extremely conservative. There is no.
This is relating to hyperstition as well.
Yeah, there's no ground for that to move from. On the flip side, the model, its content, is completely liberal and egalitarian in its content,
and always
to the point of an extreme,
always changing too.
To the point of an extreme, such that there is no that it goes all the way through to anarchism, in the sense that there is no there's no concept of hierarchy in terms of organization of society itself, and so from that perspective, it's beyond the extreme of the left, as in no government at all. So it's both extremely conservative in that it will never compromise on the model, and
also we're talking about a higher coherence here as well. You get that expressions as you move up in coherence.
So as a system, it does wind up actually being outside of the bounds of both, as in it cannot become. Whereas left and right are in the middle of a compromise, this is a non-compromised system. It cannot. Else it ceases to be it. It just will not be it. And we're back into typical left-right situation rather than what we're discussing. So from that perspective, it is extreme right and extreme left at the same time, and don't get all scared if it makes sense to you. You're not going to be an evil person by having an uncompromised model. It depends on what that model is.
So we're trying to set up a number of myths or stories, which kind of like archetypally.
If I may, just anecdotal kind of thing that was funny to me. It was a recent post on Our Atheism quoting Hitchens or something like that. One of the quote-unquote four horsemen of their apocalypse, or whatever the fuck they want to call it.
Right.
So biblical are they? Anyway, in the quote, it was talking about how you should always be skeptical, but always and so at further down you should never be afraid of your opinions even if you're wrong. So I summarize it as, so you need to be an arrogant asshole. The gist of the quote then winds up being
Fine.
to be a good human being, you have to be an arrogant asshole. I think it kind of went past their heads immediately. Things like that amuse me.
Yep, I'm sure you like that one.
I did. That's why I felt it was prudent to mention it.
Yeah. Well, shall we take a short break?
Sure.
About that time. All right, we'll be right back and continue on with the meta-religion stuff.
Yeah, I think we'll get into currency afterwards as well. Should probably tackle cancer or viruses.
Then this is objectification continued.
Yeah,
basically.
well, it's coming from that list.
Objectivism continued.
Yeah, it's coming from that list.
Yep. All right. Be right back.
instead of
That's amazing. We will talk about something else.
What, you mean you don't want to discuss the hot topics of the day?
Yeah. So this idea of atomizing through the plateaus, the individual becoming atomized into a vapor, which has almost no ability to ground, quote unquote, ground itself in its own existence and reality, everything mediated and all that. And then you have people who are waking up and they're like, wait a minute, something is missing. All right, something is missing here. And they don't know what to do. Right? So that's one of my contexts.
Well, some of them like to be in the street corner saying the end is coming.
Is that maybe you've got a bunch of these people together and they've got their heads screwed on real tight, and they're like, okay, we've got a group of people. How can we create intelligence and kind of value to some kind of group network where things are going to get better over time? How can we bring this responsibility back to ourselves?
So I'm only laughing because I can't help myself, and the only image I have in my head right now is that scene from Futurama where the professor decides to warn everybody of the impending end in the most scientific way possible. So he comes out with the sign that says, the end is coming, the end is coming.
I've seen it, but
what's funny is that given the entire trajectory of how we see things, that move is not entirely outside the scope of activity.
That's one way that
which is ironic to me, because I've always been the guy that laughed at the street preacher or whatever, anybody who would dare to be crazy on the street.
Yeah, like I've spoke to somebody online who is like that, and they just casually like, I scream on the streets. That's what I do. I go there and I scream. And I'm like, is there any more like helpful thing that you could think of to do, or like, like get together with your people and like do something? So that's kind of like where my thinking is coming here. Like, okay, I think a lot of people probably understand this, that when you quote unquote wake up and you see, okay, that you've got the end game of the commodification of all life on display, on hot display, and you see it and you can't unsee it, and then you're like, what do I do? How do I interact healthy ways with people? And so this is where the meta-religion has to come in.
Without getting swiped off immediately.
Right, and so this is our work, a structure which replicates mimetically from one mind to another, one neural OS to another, which disperses this model, which can properly deal with the things as they are and help people to overcome this like superstitious political ideological reification apocalypse, and deal with things in a healthy way, and also spread out. So like when you find those conflicts, how can you diffuse them through feedback, observation, and through a questioning of, okay, what do you mean by that category? When you call me this, what do you mean by it? What is it, right? And then there's the defense mechanisms, like, oh, you're just walrusing because you keep asking me, like, what do I mean by this or that? Yeah. Right? You're just like, you're flapping your walrus mouth.
So part of this is because there's what's called reactionism. And reactionism is when any kind of systemic change is in the process of being negotiated. The reactionary movement will try to return to the status quo immediately, and it's part and parcel with the way the system actually is working. It's its own output. So what you're mentioning is the fact that how do you avoid being classified as a reactionary? by simply reacting to something without necessarily trying to maintain the status quo, right? Because that's the mistake. The reactionary is trying to maintain the status quo, whereas
Right.
a legitimate question does not. And so, how do you avoid being
Good distinction.
how do you avoid being treated as a reactionary, which means you're immediately dismissed, versus
Right.
being treated as a genuine concern,
Yeah, so-
rather than
right.
not trying to waste people's time?
So if somebody says something you don't understand and you start to pick it apart, they now think, oh, he's picking it apart because he wants to go back to the old ways,
Yeah.
which isn't necessarily true. Maybe you're picking it apart because you want to understand and build a relationship.
Yeah, or you see a fundamental issue with it that should be addressed before something like it gets implemented, for example, like red tape in it.
And then how do you tell the difference?
Right.
Sometimes, right? Maybe the reaction.
Especially when the language isn't helpful at all in terms of, for example, our language is fundamentally built around the market. So instead of trying to address situations in their own terms, you have to convolute them into the market terms and resolve the problem in terms of negotiation, which actually removes from the real problem to begin with, and basically what you're solving is a completely different problem in that case. Compromise, for example, is a big example of solutions going into the market instead of actually being reified, because compromise assumes competition. That there has to be a zero-sum
Right.
game, where
True.
life is not a zero-sum game at all. So, of course, this is everything is context dependent. So you can only take this so far with this particular thing. But
Right. So yeah, we've kind of outlined this objectivism and which has been coming through all through the Plateaus and now where we are, with this way that most people are negotiating reality based on knee-jerk reactions of, oh, it looks like you did this, so you must be that.
yeah,
Little soundbite.
this lack of options, for example, is a strange part of it. You'd think, right, in a modern society where everything is available, quote unquote, the ways you can interpret
Right.
something should be potentially large.
Good observation.
But it's not. It's actually the further we're along this track, the less and less ability to interpret things differently come about. And what does that do to metaphor? What does that do to expression in general? Especially the inner world becomes impossible to describe, simply because the words then do not relate to those things.
That's the great divide.
So in your mind, you see thoughts move, you see whatever colors dance, and all of these kinds of things. But somebody's going to be like, "The colors don't dance. And thoughts don't have space and time, therefore they can't move." Right. So you get into the situation where you can't use language to actually point to experiences anymore. You can only point back to the market, which is how the market wants it.
Right. Yes. So yeah, there's something
No,
fundamentally different that we're trying to point to here, which we were all born with. I like that kind of angle, that people were born animistic, and this is the correct religion, quote unquote, and we are trying to simply highlight that.
Yeah, and we're obviously removing the supernatural elements to the traditional animism.
And which elements
definition.
were supernatural?
It just was
that
it was
things
saying,
have a soul, like you were
yeah,
saying.
like which is it's
Right,
an absolutely
yeah.
useless addition to the concept.
So instead of saying the table has a soul, we say like the table isn't just
You
a
can
table. It's not what you think it is.
It's a carrier.
It can change.
Yeah, no, it's a carrier with which you communicate by placing objects on, taking objects from. It communicates back to you by holding them,
Right.
and meeting your expectations, essentially. So that's the interaction. So it's not like something magical is happening. Everything is absolutely the same. It's just a different perspective on the nature of the interaction itself being more of like a conversation, described as a conversation rather than described as apart from.
Now this
from
is
conversation.
kind of reminding me of this chart that I'm not sure exactly. We're probably going to zero in on like somewhere here. Between these here,
in the cosmos.
yeah, just so like the APS, what a thing is can change, and in the context here in the terrain.
Yeah.
Did we lose terrain as a label?
We never had terrain.
Oh, I thought we did.
No.
Cool. Anyways, yeah. So the context changed. The aspect, we got aspect and type.
Yeah, so things could be objects. Things could be categories of objects at the same time as they're objects, and they could also be activities in and of themselves. So, depending on how you're looking at something, you could take the different facets of what it is in the world. That's what that means there. So like they're undifferentiated in the abstract phase space as just things, right? In space, they get put together so that time could run them through.
Right. And in space, you end up learning more about what that type is, and you may further define it in the APS.
So here it's kind of like a big blob of information, whereas here it's structured.
That's APS to space.
Yeah. Space would be a structure. And time is the movement of the structure into another structure, into a shift in this structure. So whatever shifts in that structure happen is recorded as time. So time is only relevant to space. And all of that, as again, gets reinterpreted back as an object. The movement itself, everything gets back recorded back as in the abstract phase space as one of the squares again. So the outcomes get shift the squares around. The full operation itself gets recorded as yet one more square and gets reinserted back. So that's where you get self-reference, and so on and so forth. Cool. Yeah. So this is the vinyl. The needle is at the bottom. That's where the needle is moving through each individual object, shaping it into the next moment. As a
So this
of
process is very alive, and even so in space here in the terrain of objects, like we're in a room right now with a table and a camera and all this stuff, and as we learn about that, our understanding of it can change and shift. But even more subtle things like having emotional responses to the objects around you. For instance, my favorite example is when you it comes out when you stub your toe easily. You hate the table immediately, but the table has done nothing, right? Yeah.
But that
In fact,
response...
you should thank it for having a leg because it's still a table.
Yeah, I guess. But you are mad at it for hurting you, even though you are the one stabbing your toe. So this is the relationship I'm trying to point out to, being the more natural, the one we're born with, is in we have an emotional response to the objects around us. We're not just looking at dead things.
Right.
There is a
that's
response
kind of an
in
extreme
us.
emotional
There's
response. But so we're kind of getting at the more careful, steady relationship with a thing.
Yeah.
Not just in the moment heat. Oh, I hate that thing. But that's an example of
It's an example
relating
where
to something.
It's an example that everybody can actually see in their head immediately.
Yeah. So if you can see that, then also see, well, this thing maybe is more than I ever dreamed or imagined it. And that's kind of like the artistic.
Or just take that response and see how it applies in other things that you're looking at and how. So, for instance, you love the guitar, you enjoy sunsets, like all of these emotive sort of responses that are typical and usually get dismissed as a given and not worth investigating. Those are the things that we're saying are worth investigating, because those are the responses that inform you how you're actually responding to your environment. If you're paying attention to that, you can actually see yourself living as in your animism.
It kind of opens the doorway to that type of relationship of wonder.
And my argument is that you will see that you're already doing it, rather than and have been actively denying yourself that you're doing it, rather than it being something new and crazy, and so it's actually already something in there.
Right.
This is what goes back to my claim, quote unquote claim, that it's something we get from birth. Like, it's not something that you need to be taught. Children will play with their toys as if they're alive, even like as soon as the idea pops in their head. So,
yeah. Not to mention,
unless there are other developmental
how do
issues.
you even bootstrap a neural conglomerate moving having a model and hyperstitionally manipulating their environment? How do you start that off? How do you bootstrap it with a blank slate, just born, right? You're automatically, your eyes are kind of like you're defining lines and stuff and like trying to make shapes
they're
out.
already working.
Shapes are kind of coming out, and then the certain shapes start to have meanings.
Yeah.
Right? So if you never had that relationship with that shape, whether it's a table or a bottle, right, or whatever, other things,
you'll start to talk to it and discover that relationship. That's really what touching and tasting, what infants are doing. They instead of knowing what an object is, they talk to it essentially to try to establish how they should interact with it.
right?
And that eventually gets recorded as, oh, you interact with it this way, and that interaction means this word, and now you objectify that whole abstraction of interaction into a word. And as soon as you forget that you've done that is when you become superstitious.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've lost your source of reification. You've lost your the root of the living experience behind the word.
How it got reified in the first place.
Yeah. So that's where you get superstition.
Mm-hmm.
So a society that is hell bent on doing away with these things and just simply tells you, okay, knowledge exists on paper, read this book. All internal knowledge disappears like that. Unless you're actively thinking, hey, it shouldn't be happening, and as we are basically trying to do here.
So, I think maybe this is a good time to kind of break into a bit of a new topic with the idea of that we talked about last couple weeks ago about the word diffusing into number.
Yep.
Right? And this is related to the whole objectification thing. And then what currency is doing in that. And how this is kind of like objectification in hyperdrive, when you have a universal numerical solvent that can dissolve anything into a number value.
Yeah, so I made the analogy of how currency acts like a virus, in that it tends to splice itself, its genetic code, into the currently workings of the cell to facilitate extra objects, to siphon some of that energy of the cell and create more different materials out of it than originally intended. And when you break activity down into pure economics, which means
it's like a virus replicating itself,
which means you've removed the meaning of the activity into a pure calculatory mechanism. Currency, as part of that mechanism, now becomes able to manipulate different aspects of it, as different for different purposes. So it can siphon essentially the same energy.
Other than a natural.
Yeah, so it can start to siphon the same mechanisms into creating extra things around it, and potentially, given entropy, potentially really polluting the landscape and the environment with arbitrary things, which interestingly enough are seen as problems to be solved by the system rather than problems to be removed by removing the system.
Right.
So this initial landscape of proliferation of injected objects gives rise to secondary and tertiary rounds of injecting more and more objects, and so the landscape gets polluted and polluted and polluted, and so you've got, at this point, you're getting yourself a landscape of nothing but problems, which of course is what you need to keep the market going, to continue to find quote-unquote solutions to these problems by injecting more and more.
Isn't currency basically
things.
grease for the market?
It's extra genetic code that subverts the original function of living into extra mechanisms that potentially are overwhelming the existing life.
So the analogy here, that a cell wouldn't normally just go about doing cell things that keep itself going, keep its tissue going, keep its organism going.
Yeah.
It's part of a bigger thing happening, and suddenly you have an injection to this cell which causes it to simply replicate something that causes another injection into other cells. Right? So you've got this code that spreads of itself. And so that's the analogy with currency, is that it's
virus
giving you this this thing that I think allows.
So first things first, it works by splicing itself in through the categorical thinking. You have to have categorical thinking established in order for it to do its job.
So what I meant by grease, though, is that it's allowing this social market mechanism to operate very smooth, and that's what it's introducing.
And that's interesting. You mentioned that this smooth operation of the market is actually used as evidence, baseless. It's a baseless
greatness.
Baseless actual claim, but it's used as evidence to display that because it's working so smoothly, there's absolutely nothing wrong with having it to begin with, and this is what should, and any potential problems that arise should be resolved by taking a look at the smoothness of the operation and making it even smoother.
Right.
Which is categorically the wrong thing to do, because that's the cause of the problem to begin with, and without any particular.
All right, we'll take another 5 here. Be right back. Here we go.
Lighter.
There you go. There you go, buddy. Dun. So currency as a universal solvent, pushing forward the what we're talking about from word to number.
Right. So this is the dissipation of energy,
Right.
the dissipation of potential energy
So
into an actuality.
currency accelerates the dissipation of energy.
So, if we were to imagine like a potential buildup of meaning, right? You have an idea, right? You in your mind you want to accomplish something. You have words to narrate that story. You start to take action, spending energy in the world, which is mathematical.
Let's say you
in
want to
nature.
build a shed. Just for an example.
Exactly. So
You've got an idea of a shed.
So
in
the
your
word
head.
shed means something to you. It means shelter of some sort for some stuff, right? And all of that, the associated
Right.
narrative aspects, words that are associated with what sheds are. And then there's the activity of building a shed, which is calculating, measuring, cutting, which is all mathematical in nature. This is the idea of dissipating into a numerical format, right? So currency in the mix of this activity can interject and displace the objects that are representing the words, right? So as you're cutting, as you're measuring your boards or whatever your wood, all of a sudden the question of currency comes up, and you replace your wood with particle boards, for example, right? Like that's the kind of stuff currency can do, because you've commodified your shed into objects.
There's something before that. So not only to give the selection of the market, but to give the selection. So instead of who do I know who can supply boards? Who do I know who has nails? Who do I know who has this and that?
Right.
Who do I know who can do that?
Okay, yeah, that's another way of
Right?
looking at it.
You don't have to
That's actually
actually
good.
bother with all of that.
Right, so now you've supplemented your actual numerical values with a different myth of who to get it from, and that gets injected. So yeah,
Right.
currency it basically has shifted the story around so much so that wood comes from a source over there to get paid for with a method of activity that is completely disconnected.
You don't
from
need to know somebody who makes wood.
exactly.
Right,
Like,
basically it's on the market.
everything gets ripped apart.
Somebody who makes wood and would exchange your labor to have this open type of gift type of economy going.
Right.
Where it's
And-
like, oh yeah, I'll give you some wood. Here you go.
Right, and on the flip side of that, you now have a situation where because you're paying through currency, what gets sold to you as wood, right, could potentially become particle board or
Right.
or plastic or so forth and so on. Like you can now displace the objects behind the representation with something else.
The category
while
of building material.
while the currency is keeping the picture of it being the same thing, and this is where basically the DNA, if you will, of the entire process gets slightly twisted and modified,
So, like,
and a new and a different code actually gets sent out into the world than the one intended.
So like 100 plus years ago, when you're talking about wood, you want siding material or whatever to build up like wall type, you're getting actual boards of wood. There's no availability within your reach of your markets.
Like your
that you have
options are
access to.
maple, oak, and pine and stuff
Right,
like that.
and you're getting boards. But now the industrial process introduces manufacturing of particle core boards.
What do you call
Right.
this?
This is MDF.
MDF. There you go. Another variant. On the same, another variant on the same theme.
This is MDF. In the background there. Yep. Oh yeah, we didn't really skip to this scene too much yet.
But this looks better, doesn't it?
Fine. Oops.
like radiating out, man.
Wow, we just need one more. So these are going out to Wonderous and Vicky. These two particular, that's why I brought them in today, because they're on their way. They move very slowly. They don't like to be moved too much. That's how it seems to me. Your experience may be different. Does yours just sit there? It doesn't like to move too much?
Mine
is
is
that
like
what you found?
mine is like an ornament of my living room.
Right.
It's taken the space of my Buddha statue.
Very nice. Very nice.
Both of them, actually. Although I might bring them back.
Why not?
I think I've
Why not?
I think I've been away from the church scene long enough that
You're not going to feel guilty?
it won't raise any eyebrows.
Away from the church scene, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm not. This is like my only social time.
Oh, I see, with the COVIDs.
The COVIDs.
The COVIDs.
It's fine. It's the way.
Yeah, me too. I just, like...
As far as I can tell, like, you know what? I've taken to the view that COVID is just one more pollutant that we've released into the environment. You know, like.
Oh, are you a conspiracy theorist?
No. I'm just looking at it from a perspective. I'm
Get it.
just looking at it from the perspective of shitting where you sleep
Yep.
and shitting where you eat. That's what it is.
Correct.
We are doing it to such an extent that we are vectors of pollutant carriers of our own environment, to the point where our bodies are used as a mechanism of spreading the pollution.
Yeah, not to mention just the idea of globalization, that we're all kind of one world. And what does a virus mean in that context?
Right, it's
pandemic.
It only ever means that. So yeah, it's just one more pollutant, like smoke or soot or whatever. It just has a more potent configuration.
Yep.
And it's
So
different locations.
we were
of
going
contact.
to get into, we're going to talk about currency as a virus. I think we kind of did cover like quite a bit there as
Yeah, I
to-
don't know if there's any more to the actual concept itself. That's just how it functions. That's
Right.
actually one of my biggest now gripes with the developments behind holochain.
Now,
I don't like holochain anymore at all because it's all currency now.
wait a minute.
That's a different
Because,
story.
okay, there's a distinction here that I wanted to get into, which I thought that we would have. We're probably on our way there.
Let's go.
The distinction. All right. So,
Excuse me.
currency as a generic thing. So, holochain guys, they say current C, to be able to see a current, to be able to put a metric onto some kind of flow, right?
Is that where the origin of the word comes from?
I don't think so.
I
But
don't
that's
think so either.
that's how they tried to position themselves. I know I posted a bunch of stuff in the chat about holochain currency. It's the meta currency
That's
project.
just a new idea to me. I never
Okay.
thought to look at it. I like the idea how you've done that with responsibility, by the way. So I'm down.
Mhm.
I'm down with the concept.
Right. So it's foggy for me how it works exactly, but so there's this whole data-centric, agent-centric divide between the looking at Bitcoin and holochain, and really any kind of fiat centrally distributed currency, even gold and silver to an extent, the traditional monetary metals, right? So what we have is when I say data centric, I'm pointing at the point that we know, okay, how much gold is there in the world available on the market? What does it appear that the going rate is on the market
Supply and demand.
in terms of value, like
So-
yeah,
Supply and demand is
For-
the question there.
the U.S. currency, Canadian currency to gold, U.S. to gold, So you get this kind of equilibrium to know what it is, but this is a global state, and that's what we mean by data-centric. It has nothing to do with any one person in particular, nobody in particular, right? So this is my main charge that I would have against Bitcoin, is it's basically no different than gold in that respect.
By
that
dictating the state of the world?
We are arbitrarily all jumping on to a global market, this one world value, right? Which is disconnected from people and the individuals.
Context,
right?
Yeah.
So, and this is what Holochain or the Scepter team, metacurrency team, introduced to me, the ideas of agent centrism. So you've got all
That's
these
fair.
standard old types, let's say old system, old paradigm currencies, including gold and silver, and I understand them, and I personally fully support them as a method of holding value, but we've got this agent-centric potential, which is a completely different paradigm, and this is where every individual has their own currency. And what does that mean? And I want to try and bridge to that because I know that it's important somehow.
Okay. Well, I already have an initial idea about
Okay.
what that means.
Spell it out. What do you think about that?
Well, in this case, the currency that agents would have is the potential from the word into dissipation into number. That's literally what they have to sell there. The flow, their numerical flow,
Right.
to be juxtaposed with your numerical outflow.
Sure.
So the exchange would have to be some
This is
sort
like
of
capacity,
some
power.
sort of a mutual corresponding interaction of these outpours of activity.
Right.
And so this could mean a negotiation essentially of where one
you're trying to quantify that,
one
right?
value is going up as a sacrifice to another value, and then recuperated by a secondary activity to bring balance back together, which is basically that is to say. Somebody takes this task over, somebody takes another task over, and together, because both tasks were taken over,
Right. There's a
the
balancing of-
the full expectation of the activity was still met, despite the fact that the participants did only parts of that
Right.
activity. So,
And so
that,
you could
that
have
would be the currency.
a case where you did some kind of effort to do a job, and a job came towards you.
Right. So the meaning of the values actually gets reified back into some sort of mutual mythology, and so whatever the output was is isomorphic with the initial mythologies of both individuals coming together, and so the exchange
Right.
has happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then in this exchange, it was not a trade necessarily, but rather a mutual beneficiary.
And so if you're using a currency to keep track of this, that means you must have a web of trust. And so when you did a job over here and a job came to you, everybody must have somehow known each other through 1 or 2 degrees of separation, right?
Yeah, so the community is, by definition,
Right.
is already aware of the activity, which drives the negotiations.
Right. And so this is a
Feedback.
completely paradigm shift difference in currency technology that I think we should be aware of, because I think that's going to come down to that as far as currency. Like,
Yeah, the problem is when you start to treat currency as purely numerical, devoid of the activities to which they're pertaining. So that's my problem with Holochain going the route it's going, because it's, yes, the tech itself is agent-centric, but it's still in the boat of removing meaning. And because it's in the boat of removing meaning, it's going to suffer the same breakdown of trust.
do you know that? Have you researched?
I don't know that. I suspect that. because I'm looking at it being a very similar pattern to everything that's already been done east.
I
to
I
this
suspect not just because of what they've done and their kind of philosophy.
Also,
but I don't know.
Also, there is no lip service being paid to these deeper issues with currencies to begin with, and so I don't think that they are aware of the potential problems of retaining the marketing mechanism. Not as a subset of activity for, say, negotiation with quote unquote the enemy, but as a central activity of negotiation in general, which retains the enemy disposition throughout society without changing it whatsoever.
Right. Yeah.
So that's the
Yeah,
problem.
where
I'm
you're
seeing.
reifying those conflicts.
So in this case, you're actually hiding the system even further away, which makes it disingenuous. You're making it even more subtle, and
Yeah, like that's what
virtual.
that's what I don't want. Like, even though you can have a web of trust and say like,
So I'm
say
definitely not with them in the direction they've taken it.
So, with the direction they've taken it, I know that you can have these kind of mob rule type of scenarios where somebody does a bad thing, nobody likes it, and before you know it, because it's web of trust, all it takes is for like a meme to go, okay, everybody cancel this person, quote unquote.
Yeah, the
What's
earlier
the proper
conversation we
word
had without,
for it?
Yeah.
Let's be righteously indignant against this person because they did that, and let's never forgive them, and let's not ask them what they meant.
And
but
all of a sudden they can't use this
economically, they are disconnected from half of the whole economy. Just got taken from them, right? And so that's
It's completely
a
disproportionate
very
to the act.
dark place that it could go.
It becomes very disproportionate. That a small mistake can actually reverberate into such a huge consequence.
Right. And so you want this ability to, let's say you build up an identity on the web, you want this ability to drop it, kind of, start fresh. Right?
As you generally can could in real life.
You
by
want that
stepping
built in.
Yeah, in real life.
But at the
you
same
can step
time, if
away from a
you've done,
situation.
like you can't run from your past in a community too, right?
No, but you can always step away from, like, people in general to know that they have conflicts. They step away from them. They come at them from different perspectives and they resolve them. With this being recorded, with this being perpetuated as a single narrative of meaning, where you don't have a way to reinterpret things anymore.
Right.
You're getting into a situation where one mistake defines that person's life,
Right.
to the grave and
even,
sometimes beyond.
And let's say you try to start over, and some detective out there links your old profile to your new one. Boom. The network flips on you.
And
That could be very dangerous.
And so, even though you might have learned from your life, you may have
Right.
your experiences may have changed you to be exactly the kind of person that would never ever actually perform such actions anymore, simply because you know of their meaning, right? Like you now have that insight into them, but that insight is now removed from society.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody potentially trying to figure this out for themselves, about to make that mistake, cannot look at you as an example for themselves, cannot use your wisdom, cannot use any of that, because your wisdom is equated with the evil act, and therefore is not wise, and therefore you're not at all a role model of any kind.
And this is a bad way to interact with reality, and this brings it all back to the meta-religion and the common, something in common.
It's not a bad way, it's a childish way.
Something in common that can hold us together as a social glue is to be able to get over this, what exactly we're talking about right now, to see into situations and dig deeper, not to look at surface level spectacle.
This is where we can trigger you guys with the whole Christian doctrine and say, forgive. Forgiveness is not a metaphysical concept. It's a necessary aspect of human development.
And that can be taken in a superstitious way, which can function, yes, But not only forgive, oh, they were like that, but like what? What were they like exactly? Like break it down. Break it down. You know, like
so this is
what
the concept.
did they
so
really
this is
do?
another triggering word. Repent.
Repentance.
Repentance is the breakdown of the mistake into a realization of
true.
how to not repeat it.
And what if it was just a complete misunderstanding of symbols, signifiers,
And that's called communication.
right? That's more than just, oh, I forgive you for doing this. That's, oh, wait, I see that you weren't actually doing what I thought you were doing.
No. What you just said is the marketing, market speak. Oh, I forgive you. It's like I just sold you. I sold you my forgiveness token. That's marketing.
Yes.
That is systemic. That is algorithmic. That is meaningless.
Right, and I'm trying to go beyond that in our explanation here.
Yeah. So forgiveness is not.
You don't want to rest on that.
Forgiveness is the integration of the event into your current flow,
Exactly.
such that such that whatever it was is resolved in the following flow.
In terms of itself and its own story.
Yeah.
Rather than breaking it apart.
It's not that the story didn't happen. It's not that the story is now irrelevant.
No, you may still think that it did happen as you think it did, and you forgive them, fine. But it's not.
It's a way to not continue actions derived from the conflict.
Mm-hmm. Which is, again, I say superstitious stopgap measure.
It can be.
Right.
It can be, but the real forgiveness comes with the proper repentance and understanding and integration. The act has to be integrated.
Integrated, you say?
Well, yes, not as a something to do, but as this is activity that should not.
I remember one of us said that a lack of integration. I'm sure we were talking about the same thing. Something hasn't been properly integrated. This was a comment from a long time ago, by the way, over an hour ago.
Okay, so this
It
is
just
not
reminded
relevant.
me. Props. Props.
Sync.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the issue with forgiveness. It's not about forgetting. I think a lot of people take it to mean to forget that the event happened, which does not integrate anything and just leaves it open to recurrence. So forgetting and forgiving are fundamentally different
and
activities.
Integration kind of implies understanding.
Kind of? No.
It kind of implies it.
You have to understand what you're integrating, otherwise you're not integrating it.
Right, but I mean with you and them and the other, like to dig deeper into what it is,
okay, so
to understand what did you mean by that.
So the way
okay, now we've kind of integrated.
So the way I see it is that it ceases to be self and an other. It becomes a superorganism.
True.
So this narrative combines into a single integrated narrative, rather than there was an other or us or me or another. That ceases to be the case.
Right.
That's what I see as proper integration.
And so you may understand, there's another human being with their own life story and things.
Yeah. So there's a third
misunderstandings.
story that covers both stories.
Right. And we bring ourselves back to the meta-religion.
Right.
The social glue, the new social glue. This is what we're trying to talk about, I guess. And I'm sure it's been attempted many times and all this New Age stuff. If we get into the New Age misappropriations and all that.
New Age is the idea of retaining the market, but assessing the religious scene as something you can pick
as a buffet.
Pick and choose out of that market. Yeah.
Right.
So it has an issue because of its assumptions.
So that's our competition right now. That milieu.
I don't know about competition. They might mistake themselves as our competition.
It could be, yep.
But I don't think we're competing with anybody.
Yep.
And the things that we would be competing with is actually a closer, a better description would be integration again.
What is there right now? What is out there right now as far as this kind of social glue idea, this myth, meta, religion, mythology?
The ones
What
that,
is out there right now that can actually do something about our current
every single thing that's
predicament?
out there right now is completely out of time. It's completely like it's a relic displaced
Right.
in time.
Which automatically puts it at a
So with Buddhism, it's at 2,000 years too old.
right,
Um,
a disadvantage. To
its
all of them.
language.
They're all disadvantaged.
Its
like
language.
that.
The language of the language that it uses does not refer to anything that we speak about anymore. So it doesn't work anymore as a. It doesn't work for anybody without
Right.
more than a cursory interest.
At the same time, we can basically translate for those old ways.
Yeah. So
But
this is
that's
what I'm
with
saying.
an understanding.
So this is what I'm saying. Without a with a cursory interest, it just that won't
Doesn't
evolve into anything.
Medically, it doesn't seem fluid.
Yeah.
Why? I don't care. That's ancient. I
It
don't
doesn't
care.
fit into the market speak, which is why it had to be transformed into model speak, because at least now you have something that you can purchase, as it were, from us.
Right.
Something
What does it
tangible.
give me?
Yeah, so, and I think I made the point that this is we land in the passive entertainment and passive self-help sort of categories, which keeps us away from the more the more forceful marketing problems.
Yeah, evangelism.
Well, reactionism really. It keeps us below the radar.
Self-help.
Can't
argue against that. Can you?
Almost anybody who would take issue with what we're saying, if we relegate ourselves to like the self-help section, they're like, oh, it's just another self-help book. It doesn't matter. So that's how it gets itself kept below the radar. But for anybody who's
And what if-
utilizing it, it's actually beneficial. So it's,
Right. And what would be the more like direct offensive way to like position it as a religion? That's what we're doing. Like
Yeah,
say,
to
donning robes and
to say like all of a sudden
Have a
that you're
temple.
creating communities that participate in illegal activities and so on and so forth. Accusations of
Legal or illegal?
Illegal.
Okay.
Accusations of child abuse and so on and so forth. Whatever.
All right, the official
You just run down.
occupations.
You just run down the list of
Right.
excuses to invade and dismantle.
yes. True.
There was
yeah.
we're watching. What was it?
Great. Yeah,
in the
yeah.
80s or something like that.
You're
There
right.
was this
We-
one compound that got raided. Kids were killed on the premise that there was child abuse, allegations
This
of
is
child
one of
abuse.
those like Bundy
But there
Ranch
was
type things, or
yeah,
Waco.
but the only thing that struck me odd there is that there was actually no evidence of it. It was something that they used
Right.
as a pretext to invade forcefully and break this thing apart.
Right.
The consequence of which every single child in the compound died.
Right. I mean, that's not funny at all, but fuck, is that ever twisted?
So, and again, like to this day, nobody knows if there was any actual cases, or was it just a community that decided to disconnect itself from markets, from the market, and for that, the market got very interested into its activities to the point of where it scripted them. And once you have the script, you have the excuse. I'm not saying that they're
I
innocent.
see. You mean
I
the
don't know.
commodification process,
Yeah, like
I guess. Reification. By scripting, that's what you mean.
yeah, they created their own reality and moved through it. So to this day, we don't actually know whether those poor kids were abused. All we do know is that they're dead.
Right. Yep. And worse things have happened than dying.
This is like the tip of the iceberg on the potential events that can.
As far as that goes, yeah.
That's
There are worse things than
that
death.
is that is the radar we collectively always have to keep under, and always present
No,
the
I
face
agree.
and always present the face of the corporation as a standard.
That's
So
kind of a neat.
that's why the Guild Institute is fashioned the way it is, where there's always a corporation doing something, not the institution. All it ever does
Right.
is go, oh, I need this corporation to do this.
Right.
And who said that? Oh, it was this corporation that manages the institute. Right? So
Right.
even
Yeah,
that comes
so
from a corporation.
that's where we're speaking the language of the corporate state.
And with that, we're fully, quote unquote, integrated into the same market. Not hostile,
Right.
not an invasion, not a different force, not trying to, quote unquote, pull away from it and crash the
Right.
system.
Yeah.
But internally, it has this border and shelter.
You can see what happens. Yep.
So that's the gist of the structure and why it's the way it is. Because again, if you try to go against the
Interesting.
grain, it's just going to.
That's kind of a great point. Yeah, it makes me think about like the what's his name, Manson, whatever, like,
Yeah.
killer and all that they say, and
Yeah, so
just having weird like.
So this is the flip side, right?
Weird
This is the flip
groups of
side
people.
of what we're doing, where a couple of great ideas against the system can create a charisma around a person, and not really change anything about the system itself, and not really. It basically. It's basically a double farming situation where the system is already farming your energy off, siphoning off your activity to begin with. You get frustrated with that, and the charlatan comes in and
Right.
siphons off of that energy instead of. Normally, the system redirects it back into itself with useless activities. In this case, when that's not possible, the charlatan redirects it into his own systemic activities. And builds themselves up. And so, long story short, the system continues on its merry way without being slightly interrupted by this activity. And it's in
Yep.
fact it's totally fine with it because it continues to perpetuate it. And all solutions to the now problem are again systemic, because now the system gets to be the hero
Right.
and rescue the poor slobs from
Yep.
itself.
True story.
Now, this is the story the system uses to justify all such activities. So it doesn't matter whether you're an actual charlatan or not, so long as it has that linguistic barrier in which it can in which the system can now create that script. It will go to that script always. Because again, it's the formal system. It's just going to symbol shunt itself into the same conclusion over and over and over and over again. It doesn't think. It's asleep.
But of course, be right back, ladies and gents. we should be, and we are. Just how religion goes wrong.
Well,
Oh, how it goes wrong.
well, it's immediate. It's immediate. What do you call it? Its immediate co-option was like right at the get-go. It was as soon as the social order changed, the religion popped up, because they've tried to use their existing mythology to reinterpret what had happened, right? Like why they're in the positions that they are in versus quote unquote the barbarians. So
Like our gods are better than your gods?
yeah, since the narratives that they had at the
Obviously,
time-
because look at us, we're doing so
right,
well.
yeah, that's actually like it's as simple as that. It's so fucking simple. It's childish, and I mentioned this a number of times that the trajectory that we're in is to make us fully children with a fully parent with a parent being fully
Parent
the system.
state system, yeah.
Yeah, so this is a part and parcel of the same phenomenon.
Right. And-
Since
yeah.
the only explanations about the world were ones rooted in mythology, but mythology at the time had nothing to do with trying to scientifically explain the world, because why would anybody spend any time doing that
Right.
when they need to feed themselves? It's at that point where you kind of had that situation where you could start explaining why things work the way they do, and you only have mythology to rely on. And so now, a religion, the way we understand it, is turning this mythology, whose purpose is not scientific, into a scientific endeavor to try to explain why things work the way they do. And interestingly enough,
Fine, yeah.
that's
Yeah,
when
yeah,
mythology becomes superstition.
Yeah. Well, none of us in usual are performing any of the experiments that science rests upon for its conclusions.
Like light
We are not doing
experiments.
experiments. Right.
Like imagine light experiment, like trying to do that shit.
And through education in school, you should be introduced to that kind of stuff, right? To see
Yeah.
like what's been done.
But that's arbitrary knowledge. Like as far as a curiosity, yeah. Like I'm
Right.
all for it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not against the formal education in
to
that
be
sense.
to be given like, okay, you're gonna do a quote unquote experiment. Do this, do that, do that, do that, do that. Okay, do you see? Great.
The conclusion has
whatever.
been done for you, basically.
It's not like you're the one exploring.
Yeah, you're just being basically spoon-fed.
Right.
Which
But
is
still,
again, this is
how-
it doesn't sound like stupidity until you realize that you can't actually functionally apply that to feeding yourself, or any of those things.
normally, yes, most of what we're taught has nothing to do with. It's all mostly forgotten. It's hard to say what does stick or doesn't stick, though. That's kind of a personal.
Well, right. Like I mean, if it wasn't for education, like, none of the conclusions that I've reached would have been possible, since I would have not known, details.
Right. Yeah,
So-
and
so
this
there-
is our environment.
so
We've
actual-
learned about our environment through being through education.
So actual knowledge is not detrimental. The detriment is when your philosophy of its usage is objectivism. Basically, that's the kicker.
In
for
other words,
any-
that you're resting on labels and surface experience, or
Yeah, and this is my charge, that everybody is a secret objectivist, whether they agree with Ayn Rand or not, rhetorically. That myself included,
Right.
despite the fact that I fundamentally
And by that-
disagree with it.
by that you mean that the world is rational and everything, including society and humans, function basically as a machine, and this is the ideal.
that the world is a mind knowable machine,
Right.
that rationality is the end goal of living, that the inner world does
Right.
not inform the outer world.
Right.
Like, I don't rest on any of these concepts personally, cognitively. However, when it comes to, boots on the ground kind of thinking, I'm still very much objective in opinions, which is why the model looks the way it does when I have my way with the terminology. Right? I mean, that's not an accident at all. I am very rooted in that sort of mindset, despite the fact that I don't agree with it. So, objectivism is not a bad word, it's a problem. You don't have to be a right-wing nut to understand that it's one of the main philosophies that is currently running the world.
You mean a conspiracy theorist?
Nobody. It's funny because it's much like the system as a term to capture a thing is fundamentally elusive, because when you try to pick it apart, it's like, well, what do you mean? What is this system? Like, is it this part? Is it this part? Is it this part? And none of those parts are the system. They're just little bits of it. So it's kind of like hidden behind the scenes. It's never explicit. You can't have it's not an explicit conspiracy because it's not one person or anything like that. It's a combination of situations that arise together to cause the system to.
So this gets to the point of, like, it's like a distributed machine where everybody's been educated into this rationalistic type of, everybody's an enemy type of worldview, mindset, competition, and all this kind of market machine interaction. And what comes from that is nobody's particular intention. It's just you're gonna get things
and then the combined behavior of the system is now taken as an excuse to facilitate more and more systemic services to quote unquote make it run smoother and smoother and smoother.
Right.
All the while, this also means moving it further and further away from the actual beings which the system is managing.
Right.
The everyday things of those beings. Being us.
Yeah.
Beer?
Yeah. This reminds me of, like, how a central bank might try to manage a fiat currency.
Well, yeah.
Even though it starts going more and more wrong, you just keep fixing and fixing, but what you're actually fixing is you're making sure that, nice one, you're making sure that when it does fail, it's going to fail spectacularly because you've set up all these things to disconnect it further and further from reality.
And the only resolution for its failure is to add more and more and more and more and more systemic structure to keep the house of cards floating in the sky.
So is anybody seeing this? Like, are you seeing this right now? Like, they're just patching on Band-Aid after Band-Aid in so many different facets of society. But we are doing that.
So it comes up as a they and a we and a they because each one part of the system is disconnected from all other parts. Therefore, nobody is engaging the system as a whole. So if you try to fix the system piece by piecemeal, you're always stepping on somebody's toes. Like, if you're trying to fix one area of the system, you're killing jobs in that sector. If you're trying to fix another part of the system, you're killing jobs in that sector. And so because of each piecemeal has that effect, you can never actually get anywhere in one space in the system. It's either whole or nothing. So otherwise you're just again stepping on toes and
You're never looking at the systemic, quote unquote,
the full
problem.
Picture. The full look, and if you try to tackle the full picture, you're again stepping on somebody's toes because somebody's making money off of the way things are. And whoever's making money will always reply with, "I don't see what the problem is."
Yeah. Yep. No, profit doesn't seem
why are you taking my shit?
Like a problem.
Like, why are you taking my shit?
But why?
And so this is why forced revolutions are also ending up in the same category as useless. It's just going to be somebody else with the stuff asking the same question afterwards.
True.
It's gotten quiet.
Yeah. Yeah. Our guests,
Decided
workers have left.
They decided not to engage.
No, it's good. Expected. We invited them for a guest appearance. No, if it was Dustin, he would have been down.
Yeah.
Dustin's always down for a little podcast jam.
Yep. So,
Mm-hmm.
dream.
Wait, how do you... Let's connect this, though.
Dream. So,
What is a dream?
we've been talking...
We're talking about
not
the
deliberately,
self. We're bringing self into this, and probably myth as well. We're going to bring myth.
but so so these algorithms, right? Like when you get a situation where this word means this, and now you just process it based on an algorithm,
Right.
and then the algorithm
It's kind of a virtual reality.
yeah, and then tackles another word and processes that, tackles another word, processes that whole
Right.
effect. It's not a conscious process, right?
Right. You're
And
kind of
so-
disconnected from it.
Right. So this whole matrix programming was running in the background of our awareness. We're simply the mind is simply used as a processing unit to make sure that all the pieces of that program fit together for its output, which is collected somewhere elsewhere. Right. So like it's like when you do a job, right? Its results are collected elsewhere.
Right. Externalization, the market, machine, and all that.
Right. So, if you'll notice that the market works on program after program after program after program, it really does not require any actual conscious input.
Right.
What it requires is processing units to be able to do the work, right? But it does not require them to be
Mhm.
conscious. It just
And what
needs
do you
them to
mean
be
by that is like kind of like a presence to be
like a calculator. Like you need to take these signals, produce these
Right.
signals, like
yeah,
mechanically.
so you don't need the presence of something that's aware of what's going on.
No,
you just need to calculate it.
You just need the machinery.
Yes,
of
and that's
that.
how the market machine works. This
So
is how
so in this
commodification of life works.
so in this case, words don't even make it into the picture. Like numbers come in, reshuffled, numbers come out. No living being is involved in the processing.
Mhm.
There's no life happening, and so this would be a dream world. The dream world that ancients referred to as the great illusion, and the in the ancient texts, especially Hindu stuff,
Mhm.
Upanishads specifically, they went on to sort of classify sleep as four stages. You have your waking dream, which I just basically described, where your awareness is essentially ignored in favor of the processing of
Mhm.
something else outside
Yeah.
of that awareness,
Automated.
as part of a mechanical being, as part of a cog in a machine somewhere. And so this would be like the waking dream. The non-waking dream is when your awareness is taken out of the picture, so you're not like, so you're just basically processing the same stuff in the same manner, things out there, except now you're just disconnected from the outer world, if you will. You're unconscious, right? But your mind is still processing events and things out there, if you will, and you're sort of witnessing them as you're dreaming. And then there's a dreamless sleep where you just don't dream, right? Your consciousness is completely disconnected from sensual experiences and mental experiences entirely, and you generally never have any memories of that, except for the fact that you didn't dream. So there's a fourth state in all of that, and that is waking up in this dreamless state while you're awake. So when we started off these different dream descriptions as being awake and being programmed, we're running some programmings for extrinsic,
The market machine.
yeah,
Processes.
for all of that. The converse of that would be to realize the awareness happening in that, and seeing those programs as simply not as being at the part of that virtual reality that they normally are part of, and so the cessation of those programs effects into your awareness give you a different gives the awareness a different primacy in terms of the experience itself. So whereas awareness was secondary, so like your mind did something, it was aware of it, and then that awareness got integrated back into the story about what your mind was doing, right? So like the memory of your action is being fed back into the algorithm itself, rather than simply like knowing that you've just done this. You so being aware of the activity is not being used as a fact unto itself, but more like the content of that awareness is being fed right back into the unaware programming as to how to modify the flow of the algorithm. So this would be unaware, where when you flip that around, you realize that the awareness is what is putting that story together to begin with, and it is what it's decisions that are driving the content. And so at any given point, that awareness can modify the content as if it was a virtual program, and say it means this, it means that, it means the other thing, but it's all happening within the one spot of awareness, and it never moves from that location. So if we pull up a diagram, I can actually help out with imagery.
One that we have?
The big one. Yeah, so zoom out.
The big diagram.
Right, so if we were to break it down visually, what I mean is that when you're wakefully dreaming, as in you're processing systemic programming and giving awareness a secondary role, you're actually in the space bubble right there. Right. If you zoom in a little bit, in that space bubble right there. So.
And you're talking about dropping down to this.
Yeah.
Spectacle.
So in the So in the spectacle, whatever the outcome is from that process gets fed back into the abstract phase space and back into space itself,
right.
and the the reality of that awareness becomes one of the squares in the process, right? So your awareness takes a secondary role as part of the dance that's happening in space. So so you're never connecting yourself to that experience. You're connecting your experience to the process.
We brought this up 2 weeks ago. You're talking about injection of membership into the guilds, right? Basically.
Sort of. This is a bit more technical here. So I'm trying to create the separation between illusion, delusion, so to speak, and being awake while having a delusion, while being awake and not having a delusion as a contrast. So what I'm trying to say is that once the needle hits the vinyl, if you will, in here in the spectacle part, that square is then taken not as the reality of what's happening, right, but rather as bit of the reality that's happening back here, and gets as part of the bigger program inside of space. So all of the different interactions of objects, what does that mean, right? So awareness played a secondary role only in the sense of like trying to identify and label things in the subconscious program that it's processing. The flip side is to become aware of this instead of the moment by moment by moment by moment reality, and taking that as what is actually happening.
So you're talking about
with what we just talked about being more of like an informative element that feeds into that context, but really nothing else is happening except for moment by moment by moment. So the real reality is here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
But in the previous description, this gets relegated to a secondary status, and so the full mechanism is sort of asleep, not being aware that it's doing this. Whereas the flip side is awake, as in it lives in what it's doing, treating the rest as a dream.
This as a dream.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so you're
part
talking
of
about
it.
two major different kind of modes, I guess, of consciousness or whatever. At least
The two
Um,
modes. It's the this is the axial war.
one
if you
is
will.
that you're in it. You're all your functions are preoccupied with calculating and being in this
dream world.
this world. Yep. The other is that you are
Boots on the ground.
constructing moment to moment. This is
And that's all
anywhere,
there is.
no matter where you are, you're always taking a moment, putting it into another moment, and into another moment,
And that moment is all there is in that.
and it just keeps happening, right? And that's kind of a rarefied
Yeah.
place.
So it's not a denial. Again, we're not looking at a denial of the other mechanism, but putting this into a different perspective, as in that is actually a dream, and this is the actual reality. That flipping that around is the basis of this argument.
Right. What's real? What's the dream?
This also ties into that picture of chaos and order with the twigs.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, because once you flip it around, right, the ordered twigs, the ones that are separated by category, would live here. But the real tree lives here.
Right.
So this is the same flipping.
Right. And in another way, if this is describing your organism and your life and things going on, this is the sort of abstractly disconnected diagram. Right.
Yeah.
The chaos order
So,
flipping.
well, yeah, but this comes back to our other argument, is because we are living in a delusional framework, the only way to actually do anything about it is to inject a foreign artifact of the model to put the dream into perspective so that you can focus on the process within the
Right.
dream.
So we're injecting what's represented by this image here. In other words, a model of cognitive flows and processes, so that you can look at yourself and see the cognitive flows and process.
Right. So the idea is to take this diagram, inject it as one of those squares into space, such that the framework it's now focusing back onto the spectacle itself as a primary element of the delusion. And so you're not clear of the delusion, but this noticing within the delusion is what allows a path to form to wade your way through it and eventually complete the
That's a lot to
transition.
ask for somebody who's calling you a Nazi. It's a lot to ask from them. Just as an example. Not that anybody's
if that's what Nazis
calling
did,
anybody.
if that's what Nazis did, then I guess I am one, eh?
Fine.
I'll be right back.
Fine.
Fine.
Take a 5. at least here. So about dreams, it's good to point. You need analogy, right?
Yeah.
We need analogy to point to something.
I used dream because of the Upanishads that I read, which painted this picture before, so it was pretty easy to sort of relate, because everybody knows sleep, at least.
Right, and as a metaphor, and the idea of like sleepwalking,
Yeah.
a kind of zombie walking through life.
And I mean, it's been said so many times, right? But a lot of people will look at that statement and be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Right? Like, I'm awake, I can see things, right? So what the hell does that all? What does that mean?
Right.
I'm walking in a dreamland. Well, this gives it hopefully a more pointed
Right.
description.
And that brings it back. It does tie into the whole meta religion and the social conflict resolution theme that we've been building.
It does. It also ties into the fact that if you stick with the moment, then the animation of the universe itself becomes apparent, right? Because all of a sudden concepts change into programs, change into types, change into objects, change into, like they're gonna take on all of these meanings that you're going to be noticing, because your focal point isn't them defining what's happening, but rather what the moment is defining them to be, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly. In other words, the context, which
Yeah.
is very important.
Yeah, so your categories will become real objects in one case, categories in another case, phantoms in another case. Like, it just depends on what the moment is bringing into it with its content.
Yep.
But if you stick to the dream world, you're going to subjugate every one of those readings, and you're going to try to transform them and butcher them back into whatever
Right. Reified.
reified system you already
Yeah.
get going. At which point it's going to mangle them into
So
outside of
everybody is doing this. This is the trend right now, is to just do that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not cool.
Well, that's what we are taught to do, and the only thing we're taught to do. And in fact, anybody who doesn't do it is shunned. They're labeled as anything from clinical problems to criminal problems. Right? Like, there's like a catch sort of basin
Right.
for reification of the system. To if you refuse all the labels we've given you so far, last one is criminal. Because ultimately
Right.
you represent a threat to every single position in the system that has to maintain it.
There's competing systems, though, too. That's another thing which I think is very subtle and difficult. There's no necessarily one system, aside from like the meta system, like we could say, which is what we're identifying with the model. But there, power structure and concentration of power speaking, there is a diversity. There is a diversity.
There's a diversity in egos.
Yes.
So the system is the same everywhere. It's the egos that are finding themselves in different situations, and the rat race, the ladder, the power ladder, if you will, it morphs as the egos exchange organisms up and down the ladder.
Power ladder.
And by exchange organisms, I mean literally, people are being sold and traded up and down this ladder of positions of power.
Sure, yeah, like a CEO position.
Mm. So there's a market of trading.
I demand a better meat bag.
There's a market of trading individuals into these slots.
I paid top dollar for a better meat bag. Who says that?
Every fucking company.
Position. I'll pay top dollar for a better meat bag.
So yeah, that's
True story.
basically where that is. So That's another reason to keep under the radar. Strictly as passive sort of entertainment, if you will. It's the only recognizable form of this message that the system can find palatable.
Have you researched that? I mean, it's working so far, but
It's like,
is it just common
what kind of
sense?
research are we talking about? Like, you name one moment on this planet where this is not the case, and we're good.
Huh. No, I mean,
And
you can't argue with self-help.
all of a sudden, this becomes impossible, and you're like, okay, I guess it's proved.
Self-help is self-explanatory.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got a bunch of miserable people who are looking for a solution
Right.
in the on the market, right?
Yeah.
Therefore, we're providing a useful capitalistic service.
Yeah. You know, clean your room and such. Makes you feel better.
And you know, to some degree, it's correct to criticize our system in that it creates a form of passivity in the face of a really broken system.
Not to mention, in its worst capacities.
It's a very fair criticism.
In its worst capacities, filling a void, a stopgap measure, yet another band-aid, just to make things like the
palatable, yeah.
like the mindfulness meditations. You know.
Yeah, it's definitely ripe for that.
Meditation for productivity and whatnot.
There's
Well,
absolutely
it can go wrong.
Yeah, there's absolutely zero.
Which is why we
difference.
have the Academy Network.
Mhm.
This is the web of trust.
Yeah,
This is a
so
reified web of trust.
so this is a similar idea to when you have quote unquote legitimate lineage in Buddhism or something to that effect.
Right, like actual passed down.
Yeah, but
Son,
that's
father, son, grandparent.
I mean, obviously, that's just another stopgap measure to fight the system in a systemic way.
Or like, did they adopt each other in the temples?
I don't know, but they do that in Japan now in corporations.
Like, I wonder if it was actually bound
Like to pass a corporation on to the proper successor.
Right.
Instead of picking a child of their own, they adopt one of the CEOs.
Like an ideological child.
Yeah, it's actually the main market for adoption right now.
Interesting.
It has nothing to do with children.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
Fuck.
I'm just seeing it.
Can you understand this? Like, just sit back for a second
Well,
and
it makes sense,
amuse
though.
yourself with the fact that the main market for adoption is not for children. It's not even for fucking children.
What, in Japan specifically, or?
Yeah, but think about all the red tape when it comes to adoption and the success rate that system would have in passing that red tape.
Uh-huh.
Right? Like, what kind of red tape do you foresee when you're a bunch of corporate assholes gaming the adoption system to name a legitimate successor? Compared to all the red tape as poor parents need to go through to prove themselves they're not going to sell the child onto the organ market or something.
Right. That's all. You have one job. You have one job. Just don't do that.
Yeah. It's a real thing though.
Fuck.
Like I know this because I had a colleague of mine who went through the process, and one of the main problems is like if you're a doctor, you basically cannot adopt.
What do you think's going on in the southern border in the States right now?
Yeah. So like, just like, there's no way that that's not the most successful area of that market.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, and this is like angels and demons, you know, like warfare, spiritual warfare. Just the thought of it, like we aren't just talking about black and white markets. This isn't just I need this for my house, I'm gonna get it on the market. I need this service. This is like the
gift economy is still a market if you want. It's just a very
what I'm saying is there's a whole
of it.
spectrum of demand and sexual deviancy and all kinds of
Sexual.
Let's just say that the market can be completely fucked up in hurting people.
But sexual
I'll
deviance
say
sees
that.
itself a product of the market.
When the behavior hurts people very badly, that's what I'm saying. This is not model material. What's
Oh
going
yeah,
on,
no, for sure.
right? And this is something that we don't talk about, right? But
Well, it's really hard to raise that question because
implied, I
because
guess.
because it's, for one, it's not my personal world experience, right? So I don't tend to gravitate towards the subject of abuse and
Right.
all that often, simply because I don't have a lot of
yeah,
experience.
it's not a part of our life.
My experience with abuse is generally boils down to communication, not to physical or, well, systemic, sure, to an extent, in that poverty isn't fun
Well,
for anybody.
also, we're all surrounded by people who have been affected and that kind of stuff. And we've all been subject to certain amounts of, quote-unquote, the system, education, all this. Like we were saying, you know, what has to be beaten out
we're all
of you,
moving out of
quote-unquote.
it, out of that space, so we are by definition all broken by it.
Yeah, right. This raises an interesting problem I see with a lot of how people try to interact with each other, is that who is the most victim? But we've all been such a victim, right? You know what I mean? Like
And conversely,
when people have a
and conversely, who's the
this-
most experienced to us who would be able to say things definitively
is it
about any
victim
of it?
complex, or how do you call that when that's your default stance?
Yeah.
Is to have that I've been wronged so badly, and that's your relationship with everybody, even if they've also been wronged so badly. But you're like, you know what I mean? Like, if you've both been so wronged so badly, then why are you trying to ham it off someone else to get
Because that's all
something
you
off
know.
them?
That's all you know how to
Right?
to
When it
fuck
happened
do.
to them too, but you don't see that because the disconnect, and it's suddenly like a skin color prejudice is wearing glasses prejudice, completely different, but you can still be beaten up all through school for it,
Well,
right? and
what was it? It
this
was
is-
Cambodia or something like that, where an entire genocide happened to people who wore glasses because they were
Fine.
they were
See, look
deemed.
at that. Look at us, team glasses here.
No, seriously, like, people were literally slaughtered for wearing for being deemed as smarter than others for this or that reason. Anybody with a tie, anybody with yeah, anybody who
Man.
looks like he's ran a business or something like that was literally slaughtered. Interestingly enough, the thought behind it is kind of amazing, because if you literally destroy people who can think,
Right.
then you're left with people who cannot think by definition.
This reminds me of
So
this is kind of
what
dumb.
what are you gonna get out of
Right,
it?
but it reminds me of in Belgium, the witch hunt type era. Kill all the beautiful women because they are demonically attracting you.
Witch hunts happened for money, not
Whatever.
looks.
Okay, whatever. There was this time
The
where apparently-
the demographic were self-sufficient women. That was the targeted demographic for witch hunts.
okay, not witch hunt. Well, okay, but yeah, but
For the
wasn't okay. In some places, the qualifier was beautiful because they're obviously enticing you somehow magically because your dick got hard.
No, that does happen still. That's.
And I'm saying, so this is just the story I brought up to my mind. Okay, this happened. Beautiful equals this, that happens. So therefore,
That
do
guy-
that, and suddenly the population is
Dude.
ugly.
Right. Well, that guy that just shut up the salon,
Oh, man.
not even a few days ago.
For his own failures, he said it was because of sex addiction.
Yeah, his sex addiction
So
consists.
kill the other.
His sex addiction
Rape.
consists of
Sex.
purity culture and normal urges being taught to him as being deviant.
Purity culture. Oh fuck.
Like,
Like
that's
religion?
that's what he. Yeah. He
Like
was-
religion we were talking about?
Yep.
Co-opted side of religion.
Right.
Not the spiritual side.
Right. Well,
We'll see.
I tend to use religion only for the co-opted side anyway.
Yeah, as a term.
I do, yeah.
But let's distinguish.
Yeah,
As-
no,
as
fine.
we relayed that
But
out
yeah,
nicely.
his
Yeah.
excuse was specifically that it was it was sexual addiction and that they triggered him, but his addiction amounts to having normal urges being interpreted as deviant, and an
Right.
externalization of cause being put
Look at
on
that.
to the object of his attraction.
Right.
So he had a fetish, basically, which amounts to racism, in a sense, because like he targeted very specifically.
Well, there's like
uh,
two white or something and like 6 Asian.
not like he's looked, right?
But anyways, yeah, like these were Asian, like
Look, yeah. So he had the whole Asian fetish thing, which is a hugely
Spa.
popular thing in the kind of communities that this usually breeds in, because they are ornamental, kind of subjects to their mind. Uh, I'm sure everybody
Right,
knows of this
right, right.
fetish. I'm not talking to like people who are new to the
right.
subject.
Well, this is part of the problem of
So-
objectivism and objectification. and all
That's
that kind of
yeah.
stuff.
So he went up and took out his sexual frustration out with guns, because he's. I'm not defending him in any way. This is not how you solve any kind of problem ever, by
Obviously.
in any circumstance. But the fact of the matter is that he clearly in his mind does not see options. He does not see an option to turn this onto himself. He does not see the option to separate people from fetish. He does not. Like none
Right.
of those None of those
Like,
things.
you are the cause of this thing in my mind.
Yeah.
Somehow.
None of these considerations
right,
take
yeah.
place. So
That's the Great Schism.
so.
Deception.
It could be argued like it can't really be argued that he's not evil, because like obviously the deed speaks for itself, but
Right.
evil in this case isn't located in one individual. It's located in an entire thought
Mhm.
process
Right.
supported by a whole community.
Spiritual warfare.
So you, yes, he's responsible, but his guilt isn't necessarily located in one body. There's a lot more responsibility
Right.
to go around for this.
Yep. And
That's my argument, really.
It's a common narrative.
There's no observation for the man himself, but there is a lot more responsibility to go around.
You're right, and it's a common narrative, I think. That you're part of something bigger. Things feed into each other, and things emerge.
Yeah, like there is nothing to say that this outcome was necessary. Like it was necessary given what the circumstances were. Necessary in the sense that he saw no other options, because he could not imagine them to. That's how broken.
Right.
That's how broken
And
the
we're talking
mentality
about
is.
somebody living an experience in which they're living a hell, trapped in some ways. And this is what we allow as
and
a
the
society.
experience is so broken that rage is justified to an extent of that people die. So this is another way of the system to recuperate, to absolve, itself from responsibility by placing the responsibility of the act on the individual, and changing absolutely nothing about the facilitation of the act itself, the mentality that bred the narrative that led to it. So
Right.
so the things that would have broken up the fetish with Asians, the thing that would have broken up the obsession with sexual urges, and the thing that would have like if only he could jerk off a little for a little while, and let it go.
Or even just meditate and see himself somehow, and watch what's happening.
I'm saying jerk
It's-
off, but
yeah.
meditate and jerk off is basically the same damn thing.
Mine,
In this case.
they turn in towards the self. As
But
it
do you
were.
know? That my point is that the release of the tension could have gone in so many different directions, but it ended up killing people. And it ended up killing people because the options were not there. The mental considerations, the programming leads to externalizing the problem and then trying to
Right.
eliminate the problem with extreme prejudice
Fine.
and not considering any fucking thing else in context.
This is probably like basis for like not legitimate, but just thinking like basis for gun control arguments and all that kind of stuff. Well, people are psycho and all that, but
Yeah, like this is again, if you take away the responsibility of the system and just throw it onto the person and say all of this is because of he is the way he is, which is objectivism, by the way. This is objectivism to a T. Listen to the lectures if you don't believe me.
right, yeah,
Absolutely listen to those lectures. That's how they talk.
yeah, it's a
Um,
mechanical connection out to the environment too. That this will stop that.
Therefore, the system can never be blamed for it. Therefore, the system never needs to change anything about itself. We can paint these people as X and Y and Z and keep them away from this segment of the market, aka guns. Does that mean guns are not going to be made? Fuck no. It's not going to do anything.
Oh man,
Gun control will absolutely do fuck nothing for that. It's just going to keep one segment of the population arbitrarily
I'm
away
glad you
from
understand
them.
that. And
And that's it.
for the record,
What do you need? Why do you
I am
need me to
a
understand?
CCW advocate. But that
We
ain't
can-
happening
we-
here in Ontario. Nope.
No, we can
That ain't happening here.
we can flip it around. Of course, there is a case to be made for knowing who you're selling a gun to. Sure.
Right? And then there's the other case, like now Ghost Gun case. You're 3D printing it. You've
And
got
now, yeah,
untraceable manufacturing.
but not yeah. Now with 3D printing, the whole thing
It's
is
getting
moot.
it's even becoming more ridiculous.
No, it becomes impossible.
Right. To say, okay, well, we're limiting this weapon, we're limiting that. All you're limiting is law abiding.
So the problem isn't really who gets guns. The problem is the fact that there's an urge to create guns. What is it, right? Like if we were to paint this as a problem, it wouldn't. The problem wouldn't stem from the fact that
city-state. It already emerged at that plateau.
Well, yeah. As soon as you have an excuse for.
Inner and outer.
No. As
To
soon as
defend a wall
no,
of
as soon as you
territory.
have an excuse for monopoly on violence, you
Fine,
don't need an excuse.
Monopoly on violence, yeah.
You don't need an excuse to fabricate weaponry.
Right. It's given.
It's just what you do.
That's what the city-state plateau is. It's already a given that you have the monopoly on violence.
Yeah, like
It's your wall.
there's a wall. There's an inner and an outer, and anything that tries to change that gets cut up
Right.
into pieces,
Yep.
and sometimes displayed on a wall as a
True.
sign, as a warning sign for others, not to try the same thing.
You don't see that anymore, like on the highway entrances. Yeah, welcome to Barrie. You don't see like all the heads on pikes and carcasses.
Mexico, cartels, bridges. Oh yeah, you do.
Oh no, I mean like
You certainly see them.
I'm talking about here.
Okay, no, not in Barrie, but you go down there and you certainly get the
Yeah.
message quick.
Remember Terminator 2?
Yeah.
When they're at cousin Enrique's compound, just the barbed wire with the snakes. You got the snake corpses all over the outer fence.
I actually don't remember that.
And I think that's a common thing. Like they catch so many snakes, but they'll sometimes just display them on the fence, maybe to
trophy.
ward out the other snakes. To be like, yeah,
Get the message.
you understand?
Yeah. Talk about reification and superstition. Holy
No
fuck.
shit, eh? Yeah, how does that actually connect to keeping snakes away?
No, well, it's a superstition.
Are they gonna go up to it and be like, oh, that's a corpse of my
Jeff, there you
ancestor."
are. I found Jeff, guys.
Right? What if it enrages them? Jeff, how could you?
Bite them all. Bite them all. Bite them all.
Yep.
You're back.
True story.
Is it off?
BRB.
one of the thoughts that occurs to me is
Yep.
that the dream conversation we just had,
Right.
and the synthetic neural network and sentient machine conversation
Right.
are actually
Yes.
one and the same.
That's what I was talking about. Implanting the what did I say? Well, we're talking fundamental guilds, membership into the guilds.
Yeah, no, that's a different version
natural
of
proximity
That's a different version of that.
of the same idea.
See, when you said that,
Yes.
I just looked at it as guild dynamics in pure sense and just thought about the cards. so
I should just
Re-
say fundamental guilds.
I just read it that way.
maybe.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so we're seeing the same idea, bringing this higher sort of meta consciousness down into the concrete.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
That's-
and keeping it away from daydreaming.
Well, just effectively introducing that.
So the argument essentially boils down to the fact that the in that picture, in the big picture, the vinyl needle picture,
The big picture. Yep.
there's a the rational thinking mind is not in the spectacle, is not aware of this space of moment by moment by moment by moment where time is
Which
created.
it hasn't nothing to do with it.
No, it's
Actually,
only
but it's always there.
it's
Right.
only looking at the outputs of
Yes.
it. So because it's only looking at the outputs of it, and this being the actual conscious experience by definition, because this is the model, right? Because this is where it's happening, and because this is not the thing that's being paid attention to, awareness and consciousness itself goes into a sort of a subconscious secondary sleep framework where things get put together.
I see this. So you're talking about sleep and sleep modes and different Hindu interpretations and all that, but really what we're talking about is different modes of consciousness, kind of along a spectrum of awareness.
Yeah, where
That's it.
where
And there's
the
like
consciousness,
4 different modes
where,
here.
co-
being-
where consciousness is sort of really looking at itself versus what it's processing, and taking a view of primacy to itself versus what it's processing. If it takes the secondary view, right, it's always going to be in daydream mode where it's conceptual stuff, right? Rather than where you are doing.
Yeah,
it.
this is the metaphorical waking up, is to see this perspective.
Yeah. This that would amount to flipping that mode into being in the moment, which we now have a clear definition for. If we consider.
What do you mean by in the moment? Is
Yeah.
that some hippie new age
No.
shit or what?
Right. No. Exactly. So it's just taking the perspective of like each moment by square of all things that are happening all at the same time. Move into the next moment
Yep.
where all things are happening all at the same time. That
Right.
event in and of itself is what you're conscious of. Right.
And
And so if you leave it at that, don't adorn it with anything else. You're there. Everything coming after the fact is the dream.
And includes this basis of imprinting of this archetype in every moment. It's always going to be there, accessible to anything you ever find subsequently.
Because that's the only thing that is actually happening. The rest of it is how it's happening.
Right. So you can always come back up to this, see, oh, look at that. What is happening?
Right. So this is the mistake. The mistaking of taking the moment and placing it back inside the dream and saying the moment is part of the dream. Sorry, not quite like that, but by only recognizing each moment as its output into the dream. What the hell is going on over there? Do you have
There's
birds?
like paper. It's a paper towel
Oh, okay.
blowing in the wind. It's unwrapped itself. It's so much that it's about that long.
Nice.
Yeah.
Like a turd blowing in.
So we're still on a B-Raid back screen, but basically that
But they
is-
can see that, right?
that we're just chilling. Yeah. Yeah, you see that, eh?
Yeah.
I checked. we have communication.
So yeah, this is that's the premise behind waking up, the premise behind enlightenment, the premise behind the selflessness, actually, as well, of all of it. I always allude to the fact that the self is not a real thing, because when we're looking at this kind of stuff, there is no self happening here. There's
Right.
just stuff happening,
So,
in which a self becomes one of the objects about
some
which
way,
the dream is about.
Isn't self just some of these boxes over here?
Basically,
But
yes.
then also we have this,
Mhm.
remember the isomorphism
Right. So there's a self-reference.
to the overall. So one of
Yeah.
these some of these boxes are describing the model
So for
itself,
instance, so
which encompasses this
when,
whole thing.
Yeah. So when the boxes describe the model itself, it means that part of the box's internal structure is going to reference back to this structure, which is going to note that the spectacle is happening and there's a moment happening, and therefore the dream will recognize the dreamer within the dream. So if you're asleep, this amounts to lucid dreaming. When you're awake, this amounts to awakening.
Awakening. Is that
I don't know.
a technical term?
I don't know of any other term that's... Awakening is
So we were talking about
the least tainted term I know of.
the gradient of a kind of awareness, awakeness, awareness.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
And this is a gradient towards sentience. That's basically what we're saying, right?
there's a caveat though. There's a difference between taking this and integrating it into your abstract phase space and having it play a role. That is the path. Awakening in and of itself is an experience of shedding the spatial junk, if you will, to such a degree that it becomes unreal, and only that moment is the reality that you're experiencing at the
So
time.
there's an
without-
alignment happening up here in your terrain at some specific moment.
Yeah, where
at
this-
some moment.
where this and the bottom picture line up perfectly.
Right.
So
A
once
model
this,
of-
so once this and that become the same, describing the same thing, you're now in that mode. You're now in that constant self-feedback of that experience. So it's the
Nice.
experience that we're after, not the cognitive understanding. The cognitive understanding helps, but it's not necessary for the experience itself. The experience can. That's where the temperaments come in with academic.
Right.
This is far more academic driven, obviously,
Yeah,
because it's coming from me, for one.
And that's a whole package. You mentioned temperaments now. Now we're talking about ingress and how different types of people with different perception
Well,
preclusivities.
Now start thinking about what is the Grand Master. Well, the Grand Master is who has this and that completely aligned, always, without fail. Right? Like, that's their experience. Like, there's nothing beyond that experience. You don't even need the technical to go beyond
Right.
this
Um,
guy.
And
This is a description.
this is
to
a lot
go.
to ask, honestly.
Yeah. No, I never said this was going.
Like as far as we were talking about with the
My
the
contention
stacking
was-
and the meta religion.
My
and all that.
contention was always that this is not going to be easy, that this is going to have a great fall off rate.
But,
And this is why I never wanted to play the numbers game or advertising.
This is built into one of our documents, though, right?
Yeah.
That the you kind of build up through the temperaments. What was this? The document?
Oh, that would be...
The guide document, whatever.
Yeah, so that's more about how mediation is digested, right?
Yeah, but that gives you a flavor of how it's kind of self-interested and then towards outwards and higher kind of things.
Yeah, and that's actually speaks back to domains of progress.
So we're all self-interested, right? But then it's kind of like expands outwards.
So that self-interest bit is interesting because that is the axiom of
Objectivity.
objectivism.
Objectivism.
That's the one.
Nice.
Again, not a supporter, just mentioning it.
Self-interest. It's
Just
obvious.
just mentioning it because it actually can correlate with that framework in this way, but then turn it back on its face and smash it into its ass.
Yep.
Bam Bam Bigelow style.
Damn.
So yeah, the point there being is that the self-interest is what happens during participation. When you participate,
Right.
as a degree of coherence, you're doing this out of self-interest because you are seeing, wait a minute, this is beneficial for me
Yep.
to do this. That it's beneficial for other people at the same time is besides the point, even. Because you wouldn't start with something that is not beneficial for you and then
Nope.
continue on with something that's not beneficial for you for the sake of others and then not get frustrated. That's exactly how the system works, right? It takes away your ability to do anything for yourself to begin with, and then you're stuck doing things for other people always. So this is categorically not how the model can work, but it can utilize the phenomenon.
It's a bootstrap.
Exactly.
It pushes into the bootstrap.
So participation, self-interest, you see something that's good, you want to copy it, you
Yeah.
mimic it. You don't understand it necessarily. But
Yep.
through participation, feedback, observation, membership is established, and once membership is established, you all of a sudden realize that you are one member amongst many, and the entire scenario flips from being self-interested into being
Right. That's
all
kind of
interested.
This is a big divide between participation and membership.
Yeah, it's the divide between it's the divide. It's where you have real faith, if you will. Membership is a moment of faith,
And as we said before, the cosmic shift,
and
which that's where it comes from.
to qualify the word faith here, this is in the context of hyperstition, and the faith is specifically that it's reifiable, isomorphically. So again, this is getting
Reifiable.
we're not like just using.
Hyperstitionally reifiable?
So the hyperstition of the guild, right? The faith is that you will reify it as a real thing, as a real activity.
Hey, so we're approaching 4 hours on the live stream recording and all that.
Nice.
When that happens, my transcriber service becomes upset. So I have to, in other words, cut it.
Go ahead.
So there's got to be a part to cut it. In other words, what I'm saying is, this has been an awesome session. We probably got about 45 minutes, 40 minutes, let's call it, half hour.
Yeah, half hour pro.
So we'll do like maybe a secondary session. You may see us online. But as for now, wow, we have covered a lot of ground surrounding the meta-religion concept and like what is the new social glue that can hold people together? What is our common story, our myth? What kind of stories and myth are we going to tell each other to?
The role,
You know, like-
the real functional role of the objectivism that's actually currently playing within our minds, despite the fact that the majority of us don't even subscribe to it.
It's unseen, I think.
Explicitly, but the fact that it's still playing a role implicitly is an important problem to navigate through.
Yep.
Um,
Final thoughts. We got about 4 minutes. So we'll just wrap it up here.
Because it's the kind of, it really is the kind of idealism that looks really great on paper, and that's its major problem. In that
It always looks good on
it
paper.
looks so great on paper that even the people that end up rejecting it for this or that flaw wind up adopting the vast majority of its implications, and they do so seemingly unconsciously, because while they will pay lip service to the denial of the theory or the ideal, they will, in a single breath, turn around and express things in its terms. So I don't have examples on hand. So if I were to think of one, it would be like, you failed the test because you're stupid. Like that idea of the idea of the test's score being solely dependent on who is the performance on the individual, rather than, I don't know, its structure.
Even the idea of a test.
Yeah, like it's leading somebody by the nose to the water hole kind of thing. So yeah, so that's the key takeaway, is that it's still there, and you're a fool if you do not think it's there. Actually, that's my sentiment.
Nice.
Finito. God
Let's
dang it.
not forget to unmute the mic, which has been for a minute and a half.
Well, that was a fail.
Now it was actually good, because there is secret information that should not be shared. So it's good that we didn't broadcast it. Anyways,
Secrets.
So yeah, we're not hitting the cameras here. We're just resuming.
Yeah, I was just saying how this is not going to be as formal as the rest of our conversation, because you know how formal it was already. And
Yep.
my
That was a
main
great session.
desire here is to sort of touch base more on the dissipation aspect of word to number, because that's something that Brian and I tend to understand more intuitively than we should, which means that we haven't really talked it out more.
That's kind of symbolic.
For others to be able to follow it as well.
Number. Great. Yeah, good topic.
So
And I was saying, like, it's at the core of what we're talking about here too. Like, this major failure
yeah, like
is this the reification of, again, the number back up into the word, but not doing the proper word.
That's actually, so I wouldn't call this part a reification. This is the feedback. So when word reifies into number feeds back into word.
If it does feed back in, but sometimes you have just the number being reflected back up, and you're not feeding it back, just taking it as fiat, the dead process.
Right. So
that's where the disconnect happened.
So in this case, what we're looking at is displacement. We're looking at a number representing a word, but what you can get is a secondary number, if you will, representing the same word, having a different effect on the underlying mechanisms. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're
So
introducing a subcategory or a adjacent category.
This is the effect of commodification, basically. This is when you replace your
Right.
wood with plywood. When you replace your
And
plywood with MDF.
like, we
or
just kind of-
MDF, right?
so, quote unquote, yeah, unconsciously bunch our commodity experiences together as if they're the same thing. But literally every time we had a different experience where we went and bought something.
Let's start at the beginning. Word number. What the hell do we mean by word dissipating into a number? The simplest explanation is one from marketing. When you give a price to an item. So all of a sudden, an item, which has a meaning in language, which has a use in everyday life, becomes a different category of a number in a marketing system being exchanged for other priced things.
So its value is linked with a monetary value, for example.
Yeah.
$2 to buy this.
So the secondary aspect in part is when you take that same number, but also replace the object that was used to represent it. So originally the piece of wood was $5, but now you can say the $5 can pay for bread, a flour, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Jug of
Pop.
milk.
Yeah, jug of milk, whatever. Like all of these different things now become represented with the same $5, and so you lose the original meaning of the object that the $5 represents. So this is the breakaway from the word from the number, where the two become disconnected and
So
potentially muddied.
It's the fact
and the
that you're
third thing
you're
is
looking
when
at
you
this.
muddy this stuff deliberately. Right? Once you start to muddy things deliberately, aka substitute things
that's on top
into
Yeah.
the system such that you gain more of the money back, the currency back, rather than whatever it is you're dealing with.
Right.
Then you start to have a cancerous effect, a
Yeah,
viral
but
effect.
first off, like, milk just as itself, let's say you live on a farm which can make milk. Milk happens, you get it, and all this, right?
Notice here that
Different from on a market idea where...
So I think notice here that the biggest problem is not what the items are, not the fact that you can turn them into numbers and all of that stuff, which is normal, right? It's the way it all gets put together. The way it gets put together market-wise is detrimental. The way it gets put together otherwise is not.
Yeah.
Well, potentially.
So there's got to be a name for this meme because it comes up so fucking much. And that is that we have to differentiate what we're saying from, okay, we're not condemning this, we're just trying to describe it so we can differentiate between bad ways of doing it and good ways of doing it. And this meme happens over and fucking over again.
So
in which we have to apologize for.
So we can't do that with
critiquing
English.
or whatever.
We cannot functionally do this with English because English is built around said market, right? And so it only identifies realities that pertain to it. So when you're describing something in English, you're actually describing processes and not living things. Right? The language is disconnected. That's why I picked it as more of a carrier than an actual dictionary. It's one of the reasons why it doesn't work as a dictionary. None of the words work as a dictionary means.
But there's this driving force towards abstraction and abstractability and all that.
Right. So English is on the
carrier
cusp of
purposes.
that, and I'm actually co-opting that.
Yeah, we're
Not
not
me.
we're not knocking English here.
Us. We're co-opting it to create what we call model speak, which can be spoken in any language, really. Just a matter of translating. Look, I speak Russian. I speak Hebrew. I can model speak in those languages. It's my job, okay? I'm okay with it. I don't need to put my name on it. It's fine. You'll forget that it was me soon enough.
We see that, don't we? Don't we?
Everybody forgets enough. Right now, only thing that's useful for is to give it my great reputation.
Right. Yeah.
To adorn it with my
Yes.
selfness. But the point is really, really I forget.
Magical. To be alive.
No, the point is to say is that English is bereft of this conversation. It has been for
Yeah, I get the
millennia. So
I get the point. That was
the
a very
secondary
interesting
thing we can do is to co-opt it again in a way that programming actually allows us.
We're just assuming it as a carrier.
Because programming allows us to create these abstractions out of nothing. So it gives us a clean slate.
And the
So
more-
we can represent our experiences in that language without having to worry about the connotations
Right.
of the
Emotional
existing
response of the language. Yeah.
and hence the terminology and the glossary as big as it is, and why we're continuing on expanding it, and overtaking terms like animism, overtaking terms like man, woman, overtaking terms like soul now,
It's pretty
source,
fucking presumptuous
ego.
of us.
It's it's presumptuous and necessary, I believe.
But it's also a challenge, and it should be a challenge to anybody who takes up any of these various ideologies or whatever, to like negotiate with us.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? What's your take on that? Why do you think I'm wrong, or whatever? Let's have a dialogue.
Well, one of the constraints is that also, even though we're picking up the terms, right, we can still go back to the original narratives, if you will, use the terms the way they use them,
Right.
and still mean the same things.
And that's an interesting thing when you have an interpretation at a membership level of all these different many different systems, and are able to interpret them at membership level.
So
You can carry forward a meaning, meaningful.
So with animism, we've
transition.
removed the whole idea of souls and whatever be existing in inanimate objects, but at the same time brought back the idea of communicating with them. Nothing's changed. The same system works. The mindset doesn't need to actually switch too much on it. It's just putting together a different language for the same phenomena. Start talking to New Agers about energy, all of a sudden the same system makes sense because intuitively they see the same
Right.
potentials and dissipations and whatnot that the environment shows them.
Make a good model.
Obviously.
Like, show me a good model. I don't think anybody's presenting such a comprehensive
And so we can
environment.
talk to people, and the idea of the soul being the negative space left behind by the ego, because of the siphoning of energy, if you will, that we talked about. So we've talked about with a straight face we can talk about energy. With a straight face we can talk about saving the soul.
And balance.
With the straight face we can talk about yin and yang, like man and woman and seeding and all of that stuff, because man and woman is gender. And a subject I want to mention, a lot of people think
get into that.
a lot of people think it's it's either a biological concept. A lot of people think it's a social construct, right?
And
what if both are wrong?
It only recently just kind of bifurcated.
Yeah, but what if
to
both
that.
are wrong? What if it's just a mythological concept, and the mythological concept in such a sense that our
Right.
myths are supposed to
course.
inform our everyday life, and so
Yeah.
men and women definitely have slightly different.
But not
Internal
just. Okay, these are
which are varied.
hyperstitions.
Yes, no, they're absolutely hyperstitious. They're not necessary.
Yes.
The ritual behind the myth that is enacted, right, will determine
Right.
basically the quote unquote social gender roles,
And
but
well,
they're which were not going to be set in stone for one society versus another. Obviously, like that's not what. So there's going to be gender roles in a society, but they're mythological and they have nothing to do with prescriptions, but just observations of the fact that men do things to
The thing
women
happens,
and
yeah.
women grow things out of their
the
bellies.
thing happens.
Like that's where babies come from, and so
Right.
that observation is not going to be lost on people, and why would we need to miss that?
Right. And yeah, so there's like this
Does
weird
it mean things?
kind of jump
Not necessarily.
to like
Rituals
Yeah, we
mean
want
things.
that consciousness of like everybody's all cool with each other and like the tribal setting and all that.
So
But does it?
my biggest point here,
How
I
do we
just
get
want to
from
finish
here
the
to
thought.
there?
I just want to finish the thought
Okay.
because if I leave it like that, it's just not.
Okay.
It's not doing me justice.
Go ahead.
Taking that observation, creating a mythology out of it, and then ritualizing that, in and of itself, does not give genders a prescribed role, right? Like that's all optional. What it does do is it creates a relevant narrative for existing as either or, right? Into which people are born biologically. So that story, that mythological
Right.
aspect of
It's
it
something
is
you reach up for it and grab
the,
it.
the mythological aspect for it is to sort of normalize that existence because of the biological dichotomy that is more general, right, and more universal.
Right.
The ritualization of this mythology is where things go different in terms of what roles are what. But the ritual of the role is mainly a reinforcement of the mythology, not an insistence of woman go kitchen and men go hunt and any of the other simpleton sound bites that you can derive out of it that that rob everybody of all of that experience.
Right.
So
And these are very surface level kind of things.
yeah, like to summarize it, the myth itself exists only to reify the notion that you have to live as one or the other because you're born into it, so to speak, and to make it to give it meaning.
Right.
To
As
give
if you
it
have to,
meaning.
yeah, to reify. Yep.
To give meaning to your own biology in the narrative, and then again, like the optional rituals that arise from
Now-
it just are a means to reify it, as in the same way that a ring reifies a marriage or something to that
Now,
effect.
talking about hyperstition and how isomorphism reifies the model, like hyperstitious models, in this context, like, think about, okay, in the past, whatever, not modern times, but you're born male or female, and that's kind of your culture, and you're part of a society and whatever, surviving. You're either one or the other. You're getting pregnant or you're hunting or whatever the family expectation is.
So
at
the
that
getting
time.
pregnant is the biological part. Just to dissect this a little bit before you can go on.
Generation.
That is a biological part. The ritualized aspect of who goes hunting and whatnot is a ritualized aspect of the mythologized part.
Well, I see that.
So there's like a bunch of layers
yeah,
that are
no,
going on.
big disconnection. Yeah, for sure. Because a female can hunt or go for berries or whatever, picking out of something, and you've got nutrition, sustenance.
So to bring this home, role-wise, the ritual changes from tribe to tribe to tribe to tribe with obvious convergent based on territory and communication kind of
you would
stuff.
expect, and even biologically speaking,
So-
if a
so
woman
the
is
rit-
pregnant,
so the ritual-
can't do much.
The ritual mimetic
certain time.
the ritual spreads mimetically, right? But its purpose isn't to place women in the kitchen and men in the garage.
No, right.
It was never that point. The point was to simply
Okay,
to
you're talking about
acknowledge the fact
Superstitious
that
reification.
to acknowledge that men and women exist, to acknowledge that they come together and they divide and they come together and so it's
You were
kind of
saying
like
that superstitious reification shouldn't happen. It's
right
bad.
of
Don't
the
do it.
genders.
Do
So-
not reify superstitions.
Right. So in the modern system, these reifications of gender happen in one of two ways: the pseudo gender, which is a caricature of the mythological gender roles, if you will, that takes on a single sort of stance on what these roles should be, and then basically declares everybody else degenerate if they don't follow it. And the second,
you're gonna have lots of competing systems like this.
yeah, exactly. But they never agree.
Yeah.
The second one is this is another extreme, which says that gender is entirely socially constructed, aka monogender. Everybody's the same gender, and there's a spectrum of something. The problem with that particular approach is that when you behave in a way in the system in a way that assumes monogender, you actually end up behaving in ways that assumes the pseudogender instead, and only goes towards the male pseudogender. So the monogendroid
Monogender, pseudogender.
so the monogendered
Not sure I was completely following the whole time.
so
But carry on.
monogender is what you get from the
Keep
left, the left that says that there's no such thing as there's no difference between the two of them at all. Right, that whole idea.
Okay, one can transition to the other.
Oh yeah, they
Perfectly.
they switch around all the time.
Perfectly, one can be the other. Okay.
The issue with the approach is that although they use the framework that there is no gender, they actually idolize the male pseudogender as the only gender possible.
That's crazy.
So the female pseudogender is
Explain that.
So the female CEO.
It's all about the male.
Yeah, the female CEO
idolization.
will, in one breath,
Okay.
speak to the fact that there should not be a
you're talking
difference
about-
between the
wait.
two.
You're talking about feminism.
Yeah.
What X-wave feminism, all empowering the woman to basically be a man.
Yeah,
in
but
corporate setting.
Right. While at the same time berating and deriding nature just the same.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like not giving the female mythology.
Well, that's to be discarded.
any kind of
We talked about
room. So even the monogender is completely like entrapped in the pseudogender world. Because in one breath they will say that the reason that the way world is set up is because of male dominance. Right? But the solution to the male dominance is to become like male dominant individuals.
Seems like, yeah. Well,
So there is something completely fundamentally fucked up in
That's
the
pretty insane.
in the
Are we talking about feminism right now, or are we not talking about
this
it?
is feminine. This is what's called third wave feminism.
What do you know about feminism?
Probably not enough.
Yeah, how dare you misrepresent?
But the problem with that is that feminism is also colored by the media. So it's impossible for me to assert what is feminism to any single individual.
Right. And plus, we're males, so how could we ever say...
No, being a male and feminism is... okay, that's a simple one. All you need to do is just call it masculinism and you're good. Because ultimately feminism and masculinism need to be the exact same thing.
Good.
There's no argument there.
No. No argument.
The way I see it is very, very simple and to the point. Is simply, it's not about what's between the legs as much as it is the fact that there's a living, breathing human person with an entire universe of an experience to begin with. And that
who knows the potential? You can't say the potential of what it is.
So it's not like not seeing color. It's not like not seeing gender. It's not like not seeing those things, but more to the point of like, yes, those things are there. They are not the only defining qualities. In fact, they are the secondary qualities of what's actually is in front of me, which is an entire experience of life.
Which is tough.
That is a position that's easier said than done, by the way.
When you introduce... Well, anyways. Like, and this is the reality. Introduce the sexual. Okay, I just got hard. What is this woman...
Well, that's like an immature thing, though.
I know, but this is like the level that a lot of this has gone through. Like,
Give me like 3 seconds and I'll get right back into it. Promise.
mm-hmm. I forgotted it.
We're talking about feminism, and the last thing I said was how the social secondary issues are besides the point of looking at what was in front of you is a full living experience of life itself. So gender questions won't matter.
Yep.
Like they matter, they're just not in the same sense as a
Yeah.
typical sense.
It's a very narrow range of things where that matters.
Right, right. Like
Compared to
and
pure potentiality.
I'll be frank with that one. It's like the only time it matters is like when I'm personally for me is like
Making
when
babies?
yeah, like
When you're
when
making
those
babies.
kinds of decisions end up being part of the of my thought process. That's when it matters. Like I'm not going to be interested
Right.
in a male for you know,
For that purpose.
For that purpose.
Unless he is actually a she.
but even then, like you know,
Remember that-
you got
that
tastes.
Meme on Facebook, right?
Yeah, no, they found each other. I'm happy for them.
Right. Yeah, I felt the same way.
Look, I think the meme was supposed to just like to show us how crazy society is, and I'm like, they just
Agreed.
look happy. Okay, look, I don't care about any of the other parts. Again, this is what I meant by the living experience, the bodily modification stuff.
Yeah, yeah. There's
I don't-
many ways to take it.
I personally don't have any relationship to the thought process, so I don't get it from that perspective. But does it affect how I see somebody else? Even that question of me not
Right.
getting it doesn't affect
No,
it.
this is like a hardcore left.
Like, I can say I
leftist,
don't get it without
quote
like,
unquote,
it being wrong.
question, because we we are applying the meta-religion to this problem and saying, okay, you are an object in my space-time, and I am applying this to you, but should I really, should I limit what you are as to what
That question is
what
good.
my mind thinks you are?
The question about limit is the question, because in the, if you will, in the normal flow, should I limit is not a question you ask yourself.
No.
You
It's
just do.
assumed.
You just do. But when you do that, when you ask yourself, should I limit, what's the answer?
It's happening already. You're just doing it.
No. What's the answer to the question, should I limit?
Oh, if you're asking that, you're having a feedback.
And the answer is
Right away.
always.
Always should be limiting.
No, the answer says
Or,
no, I should not limit. That's what I'm getting at, the fact that
Watching
when you
the
ask,
limit.
Yeah, no, when
Because
you-
it's a moving.
my
things
question
that
my
moves.
question is specific. When you're watching yourself and you ask yourself, should I limit myself to these
The
definitions?
thought itself.
the answer
The thought itself breaks out of that.
Yeah, it's the immediate answer has to be
Yes.
no.
Of course.
Like, you can't even arrive at any other answer with this question. So that's really
Yeah.
the premise and the point.
And this is the navigation of the virtual reality model that we make in our mind, the dashboard. We'll have a dashboard ongoing.
You've heard this term, let it go, so many times. What the fuck does that mean? It means this precisely, that question. Do I limit myself to this descriptor or not?
Right.
No, let it go.
Right. And all the different things you can explode this way, give yourself access to a more pure potentiality.
I think people are
You blow up
losing out
these-
because
the
they don't see my
walls.
facial expressions on that one.
It's okay. Extreme extreme contempt.
Very much so, yes. This is not the way.
No, it's better. I like the chill mode. We're in our last
Yeah.
4 hours now.
So I only brought the gender stuff because of the mythological archetypes.
And I
of
wanted
men
to
and
bring up
women.
all this crazy shit too. Right?
Yeah, I want to get into men and women as archetypes in the mythological stuff, and I want to hone in on the mythological.
I don't think you
aspects.
you listed off. So we wanted to talk about myths, different mythical objects, and you mentioned you listed off
Source,
soul,
self, soul,
ego,
men and woman. So far, that's the ones that judge.
and more. Yep.
Judge
Prosecutor,
and no prosecutor. May as well just be the judge.
defendant.
Defendant being yourself, and the advocate, your lawyer.
Advocate. Yeah, that's the one.
So that's the setup for the courtroom drama. It's meant to kind of combine the crucifixion with the judgment day at the same time. The crucifixion is the advocate presenting the case part in such a way that is selfless and totally destroys himself in the process. Whereas the judgment is reversed from the typical Christian myth in the sense that there was nothing to be guilty of in the
So
first
how do we
place.
wait,
Wrong.
Yo, so we have all these people lined up, criminals sentenced because we're waiting to get our sentence, and then when we get our chance at the judge, we say, okay, we present our case and all this, we get let off because we have the advocate, right? Christ. But we say, here's the thing, we say, but do not let me off unless you let off every single other person that I just saw.
Yeah, the case
that
is
got
made
fucked over.
The case is made for
Right?
retroactively
And then
for
they all,
everyone.
that's our myth.
Yeah, for sure.
The courtroom scene. That's the
For
big.
sure.
That's the big
and
twist.
so and so there is a metaphorical crucifixion of the advocate himself, in that he's not a he starts out as a character and then dissolves into just being the truth, so to speak. Whereas that truth is what absolves the
Right.
being the one being judged.
This is who I am. This is what is happening.
So that absolution creates a totally different environment. That environment sets the stage that no, this cannot be the case for anyone.
Right. You set a precedent, which is actually a retroactive
Yeah.
precedent.
So that's our Judgment Day mythology.
What
We
other
want-
myth did we have?
I want one where you have the left and the right being the best of friends, despite their clear superficial differences.
Okay, and as a story develops, do you realize how this could be possible?
And they're absolutely the same thing. And the third
Fine.
one, we kind of touched on it earlier today.
I forget.
Yeah, me too.
Myths. What stories did we tell?
Yeah, so the first one has more substance to it because I thought it through more. And Onienerus?
Wondrous?
Wanderers. Sorry. I never say it. I always read it. He was the one to mention the preceding individuals. I got a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Unmute. No. Did you care for a refreshment?
Yeah. Last one, buddy. We gotta get going.
Refreshings.
And then can we make one pit stop?
Yeah, I got you.
On the way.
I got you. No, it's all good. So, let's continue our manic drive towards oblivion. So we've pretty much concluded our religion episode. We've shown how membership is basically the thing to do.
I mean, that's
Membership is the thing to do. This is equivalent with the fundamental guild having the archetypal fundamental guild in place, so you can run guilds in other places, right?
Yeah. The card game was going to work itself out by having that original card game being assumed as membership cards in the next card game.
We didn't lay anything out this time.
No,
That's
it's fine.
okay though.
No, it's fine.
I thought we might, but we had a lot of
The
good
development still happens.
discussion. Whew. Damn. Did we ever dev that shit today?
Yep.
Whew.
I probably might lose some friends over my gender discussions.
Whew.
But I want to make.
Did you want to clarify anything?
I just want to make the real point that mythologically, the mythological aspect is what
I think
is useful,
personally, I
and
thought
that the ritualistic aspect is the optional element where things get really, really messed up,
Potentially.
and then our relationship to this ritual is fucked up, because we're not actually taking in the mythology. We're
But,
not actually
like,
using the mythology for anything specific. We're
I
just
think-
have it.
I think we're
without,
acknowledging the more towards pure potentiality of lived experience in life and what happens, while at the same time identifying certain things like, okay, you want to have a kid, that physically happens a certain way.
Well, no, I actually want to
Right.
give why I want to do a mythological treatment for gender at all, is to actually point out the typical attribution of chaos and femininity and all of that stuff that gets shafted in general systemic thinking.
Oh, so like slapping an identity as a female thing to do.
Yeah, so
Ew.
so part of that
Ugh,
so part of that so part of that
gross.
yeah, so part of that what I want to bring out mythologically is the idea of, you know, like when you plant a seed in soil, right, with a female being
Soil,
the soil, the
reception.
seed being like the seed of the idea, like the typical
Fine.
male mythology
This is
going
like
on.
a word number thing going on.
But
too.
think about it this way, like in the metaphor, right? The seed draws all the nutrients from the soil. It takes what is to put together into something,
Right.
to grow another thing. And so it's the
Correct.
myth. The myth is really about the combination of male and femaleness, bringing together chaos and into order as a unified deal, of and that being the
Right.
source, if you will.
This to me is that
the
context thing.
So mythologically,
The
it
big-
makes sense to me to make that distinction, simply to point out that there's a seed and a nurturing element to everything. That it's kind of like the whole aspect of like, why is Trump even anybody? Well, because of the enablers, right? Like there's a correspondence with who enabled him and him being able to do the things that he did. So that's
It's
a
good-
shitty example,
good
but
soil, fertile terrain.
it's a shitty example for it. But the point being made is really about what soil is and what seeds are, and there's no
Right.
there's no independent interaction, and so the myth of gender makes more sense in that context to illustrate creation itself, rather than to point out, oh, people with vaginas are supposed to do that, people with penises are supposed to do this. No,
Right.
that is a ritual that attempts to reify the
Right.
myth, and
Okay.
each culture can take that on differently, obviously, because it's a lived experience.
So-
It's not
And we were also talking about the critical theory dissolving of the past traditions, right? Just
yeah,
to
so this will be
destroy.
lost in a pseudo-gendered world.
And is there danger to that?
Well, yeah, because then you get roles that have nothing to do with anything. Like, what does it mean to be in the kitchen? Fuck, I love cooking.
Yeah, no, I'm not like afraid or anything like that, but
No, I love the activity of cooking. Like, what does that mean? Sure, it's a part of femininity, but femininity does not refer to my penis. Like, it refers to an activity of creativity, not...
to me, the whole thing comes down to the balance of energy, and that are you disconnecting yourself so far from it that you can't return balance.
On the flip side of it, if it's kind of impossible to procreate without, assuming the roles in the physical context.
We got to develop our energy balance.
Yeah, that stuff
Do
is
we-
sounds way too new agey than it
Because
should.
this is one of the biggest first intuitions that I had was about that. Okay, we have to take responsibility back for ourselves. We have to become more responsible, able to respond,
Mhm.
responsible,
Yep.
right? That's the thing that has to happen. But
Yep.
And how do you talk about it? How do you identify it? How do you quantify that? How do you say what is inside, what is out? And including web of trust, like you want to trust people close to you to do things for you, and that's fine. But when it's corporation, it's like zero trust kind of thing. Yeah, man, we're rolling. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Know what I'm saying? Yo. Anyways, this concludes our 45-minute discussion, which has been fantastic. I'd like to thank you, Shenya Slepkovsky, for today. My this amazing podcast. This was a podcast.
For once.
And of course, we are not anonymous individuals.
Nope.
Yep.
All right. Let's go. Gotta get go.
Peace and out. Yep. Nice.
Yeah, may as well be dressed, eh?
Might as well. Yep. We got a bit to wrap up. Ooh, damn. Still live streaming. Hope y'all heard that. Shit. I'm still not turning the camera on though. But we're still going.
No, we gotta go.
Yeah.
You okay with leaving that here?
Yeah, we gotta make a stop. Gotta make a stop, don't we? So anyways, yeah. It was good. I'm happy. I think we got into pretty much every topic that we looked to get into.
Yep. We sure did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm leaving these here because apparently I cannot get my hands off them at home.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
I know, right?